heritage from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation, cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt, cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, now you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what? Your life. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. If you let it, don't let it.
Check 1 2 1 2.
If you let it, don't let it.
It is Sunday, the 17th May, 0920 Central European Time. That makes it 0320 Eastern Standard Time America. What's up? Early in the morning. What's up, everybody? Eric, Rafika, what's going on? I see you. World Free Speech. What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, y'all. Another day. Folks are still alive. Hopefully you didn't get the new viruses. Any one of the new viruses going around. That is hectic. And hopefully, you know, you're not alone in these times. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, especially in the USA and in other places. But look, you know, often people aren't used to saying cry for America. People aren't used to saying cry for the USA, actually. But look, don't ever forget the USA is 350 million people and more than that, really. In reality, more than that, that's actually there, right? Living inhabitants. And it's a lot of different geographical places. Yeah. And different urban, you got urban city environment, you got rural area, places where the buffalo roam, you got desert where people don't live pretty much. And, then you have, mountainous regions of the country, cold, hot, south, north. You got a lot of different areas, geographical areas you can grow up in and experience in the U.S. And people can be very different. And that's a good thing. I would think that's a good thing, because I got to tell you, if thank God for the differences, because I wouldn't be the one to want to grow up around anybody that is fucking desecrating fucking graves, my ancestors' graves. And I'm just going to tell you, I myself find it as like a, like something that it enrages me. It enrages me, particularly this thing, because look, I'm just going to tell you, I don't usually lean on my ethnicity, to navigate life. You see what I'm saying? Because you don't have to. It's not like I have to preach, I'm African American every fucking day. I'm black. I'm FBA. I'm this or that. I don't have to preach that. What the fuck? I am. So I don't have to preach it. I don't have to preach I'm American. I don't have to wear a flag, because I am. You know what I mean? And I'm going to tell you, when I go ballistic on my American shit, it's not going to be because I'm wearing a flag. I don't need anything. I don't need none of that. I don't need to wear a flag to go fucking crazy American psycho. You know what I'm saying? But when people start messing around with graves, it's like, it's going to be personal now. You see what I mean? And see, here's the funny thing about it. This is what I think people should do. I think you should be smart about it. I think you should be detailed about it, about your investigation. Don't punish people that didn't have anything to do with it. No. Don't get KKK retribution. Don't go find just any old people, anybody, and put the blame on them, right? Don't do that. Nah. Go find exactly who did it. Take your time investigating. First of all, get the police out there to investigate. Let them do their job. Make them do their job. And once you get the details, make whoever did it, their life a living hell. All right. How about that? That's what I would say. And I'm serious, because anybody can go out here and do this petty shit. desecrate graves, you know. But this is a historic African American graveyard. You know what I'm saying? And listen, it is a hate crime unless the United States has some different idea of what a hate crime is. Don't you understand? And well, here's what I know. In Denmark, if you go around to Jewish cemetery, which they have here, or Jewish tombstones, you know, right? And you just throw Nazi signs up on it, it's considered a hate crime. So, yeah. So, and we know what Trump represents. Trump represents KKK, the union. That's exactly what this is. Ron DeSantis represents the KKK, and he's proud of it. They're proud of it. They're proud of it. Even if they don't claim it, it's no joke. We know this. This is their politics. This is what the Republican Party has been up to in the United States of America. And this is what African Americans have been saying the whole time. They've been saying it the whole time. It's nothing new. We know who the KKK is, you know, and anybody else can believe whatever you want when you cast your vote for Republicans. If any of you other immigrants want to vote Republican, the first thing we think is, oh, damn, you down with the KKK? Okay, well then, hey, and it doesn't matter who it is. Anybody from any background, you vote for this party and we pretty much know you down with the KKK, because either that or you are blind to what this party has been doing in the United States of America for a long time. And before it was this party, they were in the other party. Okay, the Democrat Party, right? People call it the Democrat Dixie Party. Yeah, no problem. But don't ever get the region of the country these people were from. Don't matter. It's the same people. They just switch parties. It's the same goddamn people from the same damn towns, same damn states. Okay? Dixieland. Okay? You know, it doesn't matter what party it is. It's the people, but they just chose the Republican Party this generation to get behind after the Civil Rights Act. And they hate it. They hate it. You know what I mean? They hate that they have to live equally, even when African Americans have less. They hate having to live around them. You know what I mean? Just having them be free and walking around, even if they not as wealthy as others, right? They just hate it. They just hate it. It's sickening, but here's what it is. Look, I'm gonna play a little bit of this, and as a matter of fact, why is this not coming up here? Y'all see this? Okay, wait a second. I'm sorry. Let me bring this back. This is in the wrong. This is on the wrong one. I'm gonna have to bring this back and put it on the other screen here. Let me see. But yeah, you know, it gets so tiring and boring. I mean, I'm not depressed by it. I expected it, and I'm sure most African Americans expected this kind of bozo shit. You know, but it's important for people to see it. Like, we knew it was going to come to this. You know, this is where it has to go before Trump leaves office. It's going to get very racial, you know, before Trump leaves. It's desperate. It's like, you know, you ever seen the Wizard of Oz, and the witch is dying and melting with the broom, and you know the witch is just like, I'm melting. Well, these would be the kind of things that you would see, the last minute throws of the melting, dying goddamn bigots of the country. And I'm even saying, yo, why don't we just split this country up? Fuck it. You know, because I'm pretty sure these people won't survive without the left at all. You know, I'm straight up about it. Like, yeah, you won't survive without the left. Let's just cut all ties, cut everything. You want to live, you want to go and have sex with your cousin, go right ahead. Go have as many babies, deformed babies as you want. Okay. Okay. You rather have sex with your cousin because you don't want to mix it up with the other people, huh? Is it that bad? Huh? It's got to go right ahead. Produce babies with your cousin if that's what it takes. You know what I'm saying? But until then, this is what they up to. Look, this is how they get down in America. This is the United States of America, how they get down in the South. You know what I'm saying? How they get down in the red states. They like to desecrate African American, historic African American tombs. Right? And what would the meaning be? The meaning would be, we don't care if you was here fighting for the War of Independence. We don't care if you was here fighting for the Civil War. We don't care if your ancestors fought in every war in the country. We don't care what your families went through in the making and creation of this country. You still ain't shit but a nigga. That would be the point. And we get it. We understand that. We get that. Although that makes you a really, really pathetic human being to the world. Everyone is seeing it. Everyone's watching it. Everyone's witnessing it for what it is. You see, and they're very proud of it, and they stand on it. They stand on this kind of stuff, and nothing's for free now. Nothing's for free. It's not like you're gonna get away with it, because you are not. There will be a day you're gonna have to pay for this. Okay, 100%. Yeah, but let's take a listen.
I just think it's a travesty that someone would do something like that. I don't know who would have the gall to come in a cemetery and vandalize.
Are they not? Is it not playing? What is this? Why is this not playing? Oh, here it is. Sorry, I don't know why I got stuck there. Here we go. Let me bring it back. Here we go. Yeah.
I just think it's a travesty that someone would do something like that. I don't know who would have the gall to come in a cemetery and vandalize it.
I don't know, but when you look and you see spray painted on a vault, DeSantis and Trump, it makes you wonder, is it politically motivated? And I tend to believe that it is, but I can't prove that.
Oh, she out here somewhere. It looked like someone moved it because it was straight the last time I saw it. I just thought it was evil. It was evil, and it's not right.
Yeah, and apparently, see, these people right here that were speaking, right? It is.
I just think it's a travesty that someone would do something like that. I don't know who would have the.
Now let me ask you: do these people seem threatening? Do these people seem deserving of that? What have they done to deserve that? What is it about their behavior where you would be fine with that happening to them? Are they angry? Are they looking for retribution or revenge? Or do they seem like caring people? But maybe they seem like they're too peaceful. Maybe they seem like they're too peaceful. Maybe instead of sounding like this, maybe they should have their gun out and just be like, look, the next people that come around here, we're going to kill your fucking ass. Maybe that's the proper response. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me what it is. You know what I'm saying? But for me, this looks like a very peaceful response given the situation.
Gall to come in a cemetery and vandalize it.
I don't know, but when you look and you see spray painted on.
Look at that. See, this is a historic grave site here. This is historic. And, it's, I'm just going to tell you, when I hear people talking like this, to be honest, it enrages me, and I'm from Washington, D.C. I'm just sorry. We're not taught and raised to put up with this kind of bullshit. Whatever you people are down south, you better understand, if you ever do something like this in DC, you know what I'm saying? You're risking your fucking life. You're risking your life. If you get caught in the act, you will be shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, folks, black Americans in DC, we don't like shit like this. Okay. So, I'm just saying that. Now down south, I don't know what's going on down south. I don't know what's going on down south. I feel for my cousins down south, and I feel for these people, you know what I'm saying? Because I know they are good people, and I know they're not deserving of this. And I know they're so peaceful and kind. It's not really their nature to be so violent. You know what I'm saying? But, it's going to come to an end, and pretty soon the United States of America is going to show African Americans that the only way that you accept change is through fucking retribution. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, it's going to, because African Americans have had to put up with a whole lot of this shit and turn the other cheek in the United States of America. Like, just really, you know what I mean? And I understand why, because, these people want to use us, as a tool for their movement. So they want to say that we're violent. So anything we do, the focus will be put on that. Any reaction we make that is violent at all, that will be the excuse for them to do what they already do anyway. But see, what the point is that pretty soon, once you figure out they just going to keep doing this no matter what. Once enough people figure this out, then the shit is going to change and the reaction is not going to remain the same, because this is deep. This is deep. Let me play a little more, and then I'm going to do some research here before we get into some other matters. Here, let's go.
To come in a cemetery and vandalize it.
I don't know, but when you look and you see spray painted on a vault, DeSantis and Trump,
you can see, you can see by the tombstones how they are, but these are old grave sites. These are old, very, very old grave sites. You see, these are very, very old. I'm gonna pull up and see how old.
I don't know, but when you look and you see spray painted on a vault, DeSantis and Trump, it makes you wonder, is it politically motivated? And I tend to believe that it is, but I can't prove that.
Yeah, this is okay. Police in Florida are investigating the vandalism at a historic cemetery where 17 grave sites were damaged recently, where 17 grave sites were damaged. Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure I get some background information on this. Yeah, but listen, we knew they would do this because this is what they do. They resort to violence. They resort to intimidation factors, and we knew it. Last year I said, look, they're going to have bomb threats. Closer it gets to this election, they're going to have bomb threats down south. They're going to have bomb threats in a lot of places down south. They are. And yeah, the same places they typically do. That's what they're going to do to try to intimidate people from voting. And, somebody said you would think they had cameras by now. Maybe they do. Who said they don't? Who said they don't have cameras? I didn't get to that part yet. Yeah. And obviously, even if it was a police investigation, you wouldn't tell people if there was, right? You see what I mean? So yeah, that wouldn't be public necessarily, but, yet I don't think, and it also wouldn't be wise to share it if you do have cameras, but I think this is what's expected, given the climate, and also given the fact that typically what the KKK has done in the United States is threaten people around voting rights, threaten people around political issues, specific political issues, and this time the specific political issue is that your civil rights movement and the history of who you are and who you are in the country, right? Because that hasn't changed. Who you actually really are, your specific ethnic group, will no longer receive protection under the law. And that the modern day Jim Crow is welcome to come back. Violence is welcome to come back to these people. And you're welcome to threaten them and use intimidation tactics and all of that. And so I think that's pretty much what I see out of it. That's my guess. And, I would say it's expected. It's not a surprise. But yeah, let me see now what the information is about this real quick. Let me pull this up. This was, did I pull it? Oh, right, that's over here. Here we go. It says highly publicized, heartbreaking incident occurred at the Old Memphis Cemetery in Palmetto, Florida, a town on Florida's Gulf Coast, just south of Tampa. The Manatee County Sheriff's Office confirmed the active investigation, revealing the historic depth of the site, along with the disturbing modern context of the crime. Age of the cemetery. Established Old Memphis Cemetery was officially established in 1904. It's 122 years old. So that's like got about 3 generations, maybe 4 generations of people, right? Probably more like 4, right? Historical purpose. It was created specifically for the segregation era black residents of Palmetto, Memphis neighborhood, meaning it housed generations of the local African American community who were barred from being buried in white cemeteries. So, this is what it is to be an American. This is American right here. This is as American as apple pie, right? And the hatred that this group of people get is as American as apple pie. Sadly, age of the graves, and the Supreme Court justice knows that. They know that, but they're bought and paid for and don't have souls. You see what I mean? And they don't care if your ancestors were slaves or even in Jim Crow, suffered under Jim Crow, these same type of tactics. They don't have any remorse, no mercy, no ethics, no morals. They simply do not fucking care. And here's the thing. It just goes to show you, it's a lesson about Western democracy. If African Americans are not allowed the protections by the law, by the federal government and the state government against these types of acts, it means fucking Western democracy. I mean, Western democracy might exist in some other countries, but it means it definitely ain't. Democracy definitely does not exist in the United States of America. That's what that means. Because this is 2026. You see, and in case you haven't learned the lesson, this shit has been going on the entire time. This is what people have to put up with. Age of the graves. The graves span over a century. Among the desecrated sites are those longtime local family members and World War II veterans. See, these people don't have any fucking care, or they don't have any insides. They don't have souls. The people who did this have no souls. They don't care about the United States of America. They will wrap themselves in a flag and then go out and do this. So that means if you're in the military right now and you're African American, right? What it means is that these people don't care about you lifting a finger to protect this fucking country. That's what it means, or any person in it. You might be out there doing your job, protecting people's lives, putting your life on the line every day. And the people who attack this cemetery are like, fuck you, you stupid nigga. Just understand that. And this government is upholding it. So just understand that. I mean, I'm speaking theoretically, sorry for the harsh words, but I'm speaking theoretically just because we don't have a lot of time to waste. It's an ugly word, but this is the word they like. They believe that word, and they're going to go out and prove it, that word still exists, that those people still exist. And how they do it is by doing these things and proving you ain't going to do nothing about it inward. Right? Who passed away decades ago, such as one local resident's father who was a World War II vet, buried in 1970. Okay, that's not even the oldest one. Okay. Details of the attack. I wonder what the oldest graves are. Vandalism was discovered by family members and local authorities who estimate it happened over a 2-week window prior to this discovery. The damage, exactly 17 grave sites, were physically targeted. Headstones were completely knocked off. Their bases and concrete Burial vaults were cracked and moved. I wonder what Black MAGA got to say about this. Where's the Black MAGA at? Where's Candace Owens? You know? Where's Candace Owens at? Where's Charlie Kirk? Even though he's not black. Where are all the Charlie Kirk fans at? How you feel about that? Freedom of speech? Is it a hate crime or is it freedom of speech? Okay, the graffiti. Vandals use red spray paint to write the names of major political figures across the historic tombs, specifically the names of Trump. Okay, I want to know who the other major political figures across the historic tombs. Okay. Specifically the names of Trump, referring to the U.S. president, and DeSantis. Yeah, what's up, Trump? How you doing, Trump? Thank you for all the horrible, all the horrible things that you've released on African Americans. You know, thank you for that. I'm sure the KKK love you for that. Yeah, and we pretty sure your kids don't give a fuck either. Referring to the U.S. President DeSantis, referring to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, we're defaced across multiple vaults. Right, vaults we talking about. Yeah, if they had vaults, that means they were somebody in that town. So these people take it personal. They don't want you to do that. Don't want you to contribute to the town you live in. Right. Yeah, the reaction. Local descendants and civil rights organizations, including the NAACP, expressed immense grief and anger, calling it an act of evil and clearly politically and racially motivated. We don't even need to ask, what does Elon Musk think about this? Yeah, all right. He's happy about it. Yay, good. The White House issued a formal statement condemning the act, with the spokesperson stating, anyone who engages in the disgusting behavior must be condemned in the harshest terms. Do you believe them? I don't believe you. I think you're full of shit. And until you do something about it to address these types of acts fully, and the fact that African Americans actually have been under threat the whole time, never received reparations, and you still don't care about the hardship they go through every single fucking day. You still don't care. Instead, you cut their fucking Medicare. Instead, you raise prices on them. What do you do? What you doing with the police? What you been doing with the police and African Americans? Beating them over a stick the whole time? Locking them up for a little weed fucking charge? Petty ass weed charge? What you been doing? What you been doing? What you been doing down there in the South, huh? With your brother, African American brothers and sisters and families. Law enforcement. The Manatee County Sheriff's Office is treating this as a severe crime investigation. They, alongside Crime Stoppers, have put a combined $4,000 reward. Ooh, wow, $4,000. You can do a whole lot with that, can't you? 2 seconds. So I'm back. Now, law enforcement, the Manatee County Sheriff. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm an African American, born and raised in Washington, D.C. A lot of my family is from the South. A lot of my family lives in the South. OK, Sandlot Graveyard. I have a lot of, I shouldn't even have said that, but I have relatives and things like that buried in down south. You know what I mean? They go back for generations, many generations. I live outside of the United States today. I moved outside of the United States as a grown man. I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. Look, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. Thank you, Denmark, very much. Tusind tak, Denmark. Ikke? For alt I gør for mennesker. Ikke? You know, it's I have to say this. Yo, United States of America, like, fuck you. Like, seriously. Fuck this administration. This is one of the reasons why I live outside of the US, because they want to terrorize black people, and you think that it's fucking mentally healthy? You think it's mentally healthy to live under terror like this? No, it's not mentally healthy. In fact, it's extremely oppressive, but it's been ongoing the entirely fucking time. And I have enough sense to know the difference because I live outside. That's why I live outside of the US, man. I ain't trying to be nobody's fucking bitch or somebody's fucking slave. You see what I'm saying? Like, no one deserves to live with their head down. Everybody deserves to live with their head up, saying, hey, listen, live and let live. Live positively. But if you come and attack my family, I'm going to choke your ass to death. That is what pride is. You know, and African Americans have been taught to not be able to do that. That's what this is all about. That's what this is all about. You know, and that's what this is all about. You see what I mean? Like, they want African Americans to always have to have their head down, you know, and I'm just not the type of person to do that. I'm not the type of person to do that. You see what I'm saying? That's all it is, you know. And again, I'm from Washington, D.C., you know. Yeah, you go to Washington, D.C., motherfucker, and we catch your ass, you're going to die in that fucking cemetery, you know. Like, straight up, I'm just saying, you know, you know, because nobody should have to take that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? So please, you better go fucking do something about it. You know what I mean? You better go do something about it. You know, and the federal government, Kash Patel, you better get your bitch ass out there and fucking do something about it. And goddamn Homeland Security, get your bitch ass out there and do something about it. ICE, get your bitch ass out there and do something about it for a change. Okay? Like, seriously, because nothing less is accepted. Okay? Nothing less Trump is accepted. If you don't find the people who did this and charge their ass, and fuck a federal penitentiary, put their ass in the state pen for 20 years so people can fucking torture their ass every day. Okay? Don't put them in the federal pen. You know what I'm saying? That's too much protection. Okay? That's too much protection. It's actually, maybe you should put them in a federal pen around some of the DC blacks. Okay? Put them in around the DC, in the one where the DC blacks is there, and then let them fucking deal with the rest. You know, I'm like, really, man, fuck this. I'm not going to, I can't myself. I have a soul, and everybody's soul deserves to feel proud and accepting. And I say this to anybody, any group of people, Jewish people, don't accept no fucking threats from anybody like this about your cemeteries, about your schools. Muslim people, don't do that either. Anybody, women, you know, anybody, you know. So I'm serious. Anybody, don't accept this kind of fucking hate, you know. And listen, the federal government's job is to do something, but I ain't waiting on the federal government, because I know this federal government has unleashed a wave of hate towards African Americans. You know, nothing but fucking hate. And it's my opinion. It's my opinion. I fucking don't trust this federal government with my life. I trust a gun first. A gun first. I don't trust any police officer that is not anti-fucking Trump. Okay? Like, period. I don't trust no federal agent that is not anti-fucking Trump. Okay? None of them. If you're not anti-Kash Patel, I don't trust you. If you're not anti-Pam Bondi, I don't trust you. If you're not anti-Trump, I don't fucking trust you. You know, period. Period. Because you all ain't shit for African Americans. You fucking hate us. You know? Yeah. Anyway, had to get that off my chest. Yeah. So, you know, if you find them, wring their necks. You know what I'm saying? Don't be afraid to beat their ass and torture them. You know, they deserve it, basically. Here we go.
Oh, she out here somewhere. It looked like someone moved it because it was straight the last time I saw it. I just thought it was evil. It was evil, and it's not right.
It's not right. Yeah. So having said that, that is what the situation is right now. With that story, it's a horrific story. But like I said, it's a
if
triggering.
You get stuck on the melody,
it's
or
it's a triggering story. I myself felt bad about it as soon as I heard about it, and I'm not making any excuses. I'm not making any excuses. I don't like it. I don't behave well to threats of violence. You know what I mean? I don't behave well to things like that. And but like I said, don't just go out there and attack anybody, because all white Americans are definitely not down with that. But go use you're the citizen. The police are supposed to get out there and find out who did it and arrest the people who did it and bring them forth to the public, so the public can look these motherfuckers in their eyes. You see what I'm saying? And if they don't, then they don't really give a fuck. Okay, and it's too late to cry over shit like this. If you don't find them, it's because you didn't institute the laws in advance to stop them anyway. You could have done that a long time ago. This issue about attacking African Americans could have been solved a long time ago. This issue of anti-black racism could have been solved a long time ago if these motherfuckers wanted it solved. But they're happy with African Americans living under terror, and they're happy with other Americans living under terror. That's just what it is. They happy with that. And sooner or later, Americans' behavior is going to change towards these kind of people. Sooner or later, the behavior is totally going to change. Sooner or later, the other people are going to crystallize, and the country is going to change. Sooner or later, other people are going to react differently towards threats of violence and violence. Sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. And it's a shame that it has to be that way. But that's how the wealthy people want it in the United States of America. That's how they want it. They want to pay the Supreme Court off, and they know the Supreme Court uses racism to divide people. They want to help, keep these politicians in power that divide people anymore. They keep funding it. They do it. It works like a charm. It works like a charm. It works better in the United States than any other Western country on earth. Sell people hatred. Allow people to commit acts of hate, especially towards minorities and women, to just get away with it. Just allow it. Just allow it. That's our political tool. As long as you keep allowing that, these fools will keep voting for us, and we will keep on doing nothing for anybody in the country. That's how it works. That's how you got... That's how you got the politics you got today, the politicians you have today. They don't give a fuck about the average person. And every time there's a little lunatic out there that commits some hate crime like this, it works for them. The billionaires love it. So keep on working for the billionaires, you little racist pieces of shit. Keep on working for the billionaires. But I know for a fact your mama and your daddy and your kids are fucking poor. Because only poor ass people have a problem with African Americans. Only po-ass bigots. That's really what it is. It's po-ass bigots. Imagine being so jealous of someone else that has only struggled. And you can't see that they struggling just like you. All you can do is be jealous of them and project your hate on them. Imagine how pathetic that is. That's what we dealing with. That's exactly what we dealing with, man. Motherfuckers ain't doing nothing to harm anybody and they jealous. Wow. You have to be a pathetic piece of shit. Just jealous, man. Instead of demanding something better from your government, instead of having the brains to demand health care and fucking universal education like every other fucking Western country has, Western capitalistic. Instead of that, you're such a bitch. You're just going to go there and knock over some tombstones and go home and be like, yay, Trump. Yay, Trump. Somebody says you know. Says the data, you dumbass. Okay? And also says your mama. Okay? How about that? Now do something about it and hop your ass up here. If you got something to say, come on, hop your ass up here. You ain't shit. Okay? I'm better than you. My life is more valuable than you. Okay? You little dirtbag. Here, hop up on the panel. Let's have a discussion. Let me hear your voice. Here you go. Woo! Somebody said they're black bigots also talk about them. No, I'm not going to talk about the black bigots today. Okay, I talk about them every once in a while. Today I'm talking about the little pieces of shit like you. Okay? You got a problem with that, John Donovan? I'll talk about you today. Okay? Were you in the cemetery, you little bitch? Donovan, were you in the cemetery? Huh? B-State, were you in the cemetery? Put a 1 in the chat if you okay with that happening. Put a 2 in the chat if you're not. Let's see who's in the house. Put a 1 in the chat if you happy that cemetery got desecrated. Put a 2 in the chat if you're not. Let's just see who's in the house. Let's see who the bigots are. Be brave. Be honest. Be honest, you little bitch ass bigots. Yeah, see that, but the bigots are always phony like this. I'm not a racist. I'm just a Republican. That's what they do. It's just a Confederate flag. I don't hate black people. Yeah, okay. I voted for Trump not because I'm a racist. Yeah, we know. You never going to say you for it, but that's exactly what you for. We got it. No worries, no problem. Wasn't expecting shit anyway. Now, let's get into the rest of the news. Let me see here. You think I expect honesty from a fucking Republican who voted for a fucking pedophile? Like, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? You voted for Epstein's best goddamn friend. You think I expect honesty or decency from you? Fuck no. All right? I would have to be crazy to expect anything, and which I don't. That's why I don't live in the United States of America, okay? Because I don't expect better from you motherfuckers, okay? That's exactly what I don't expect. And when I'm in the United States of America, the way that I roll knowing that there's a bunch of bigots out there. So I know how to get through the cracks and the crannies and slide around you little bitch ass bigots. Okay? I know how to deceive you. I know how to deceive you. Okay? I know how to get at you. I know how you roll. Okay? I know how you think. Okay? I know exactly how you think, okay? Let me see here. Ain't nothing new about the KKK. We done figured their ass out a long time ago how they think. So let's see. But there is some interesting news. Here's one, Coon. You said you want to. I can't talk about the black bigots today, but I can talk about a black sellout, Clarence Thomas. Here he is. Let's go and see what they got.
Federalist Society.
Leonard
Leo orchestrated.
Good old Clarence. Let's go.
Your security detail had to take down and almost take her. The search warrant. The FBI had to kill him because he pulled a gun on them.
Hold on, I'm gonna get back to that story, but I want to get to
frat
the
house.
Here we go.
Based on new reporting and a report out.
Sorry about that. Clarence Thomas got in some shit. I'm gonna play it back, but I want to get to the part real quick. Here we go. The Federalist Society. Matter of fact, let me just let this play. Here we go. Let's go.
Creation of the false.
This is legal AF. Okay.
Electoral certificates is the equivalent of false evidence to interfere with a congressional investigation or a in this case an official proceeding and keep those 2 counts against Donald Trump. It's a lot. It's a lot for to do former prosecutor Karen Freeman McNiffalo and I will talk about the restart in early August. And
exactly, Silverback Thomas. Silverback. Nah, man, an ape is too great of a creature. Thomas is a coon. He's a raccoon. Okay, he's a little shifty, shisty. And he do things for crumbs. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking. All he wants is some little crackers and cookies and shit. He'll do anything. Fucking goddamn Clarence Thomas, man.
And the chances of this trial, after another round of appeals, getting back on track in time for at least before the inauguration. And then when you have
yeah, exactly. Don't insult gorillas, man.
a president, a former president, that constantly transactionally trades in vitriol and violent rhetoric, it activates sleeper cell of crazy in their own party. And what happens is he puts the crosshairs on the back of FBI
I'm gonna have to
and judges and their families.
I'm gonna have to pull out some clips of Django and shit since we're gonna talk about Clarence today, because yeah, Samuel Jackson did an excellent job playing Clarence Thomas in that film.
And prosecutors and their families and their staff and attorney generals and their families. And then he sits and elected officials and their families. And then he sits back and acts like he doesn't know what anybody's talking about, that he is a participant and a leader of stochastic terrorism against all these groups. And when other people rise up and say, I'll be the secretary of retribution in the Trump administration, I'll create a list of enemies of the people and try to round them up and arrest them, and somebody goes and tries to carjack in broad daylight a United States Supreme Court justice, and all the things that the FBI have noted that Donald Trump is responsible for, the Department of Justice, in their attempts to gag him. We got to talk about all of that with the new reporting that Justice Sotomayor's security detail had to take down and almost take out a carjacker who tried to carjack her. You got Nancy Pelosi's husband who gets hammered. You got a federal judge in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so, you can see this is the theme across the country. This is not isolated. Same thing with the cemetery. These events are all connected. These are all political crimes against people that would be perceived to be left or protected by Democrats. You know what I'm saying? Protected by the left or Dems, or let's say progressives. They hate progressives, right? So they're just going after all of them. And it's been that way. And this is what it is. And yes, they use violence to achieve their means. Not only violence. As you can see, the Supreme Court is very happy to help, suppress votes, right? But you're going to find out some other things about the corruption behind the Supreme Court, because it's not just incidental, just like Epstein is not just incidental. The names in the Epstein file are not just incidental. They are instrumental in what has been going on, why the country is the way it is. And what people are about to find out about Clarence Thomas and some of these other judges is it's also the same. It's not coincidental. He's not just, how can I say this, a coon. There's more to it. He's not just a sellout for black people. There's more to it, And if you like judges like this and you cool with your judges doing this, you're about to hear, hey, no problem. Don't do anything about it. Hey, no problem at all. But I would just put it to you like this. It appears he gets whatever he wants, and he's got a wide variety of people that give it to him. Okay. He got more friends than you. In other words, rich, powerful ones, not just in the United States, but apparently outside too.
Whose husband answered the door and was blown away by a Trumper. You got a Trumper who made threats against Joe Biden and Alvin Bragg. And while they were executing the search warrant, the FBI had to kill him because he pulled a gun on them. And Donald Trump says, I don't know anything about it. I don't know about the Proud Boys. I don't know about
Somebody said
retribution. I don't know about Project 20.
Somebody said Clarence needs to buy a cabin. He should. Well, hey, could he afford more than a cabin without the bribes? I mean, really?
25. I don't know about it, any of it. And he knows about it all. And we're going to break it down here on the midweek edition. Then we're going to talk about, remember that old show carried on television, Northern Exposure, about this doctor that ended up in Alaska? We got another Northern Exposure We got a now former federal judge, or a federal judge appointed by Donald Trump, caught up in a sex scandal of his own making, running apparently based on new reporting in a
Yeah,
report.
I see you, Rendez. Yeah. R.I.P. Melissa Hordman, killed by a maggot. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, this is what is going on. The cemetery, these attacks on the left wing judges, right? The physical attacks, the shootings of the elected officials, the Democrat, progressive elected officials. These events are all part of the crime, the bigoted crime spree of Donald Trump. Of course, he uses these dumbass racists as a cover for his grifting. Of course, he's a bigot too, but the racist part is where his poor people get excited. They get to finally get off the bench and do something. But one thing they will never get, these poor ass bigots that he puts to work, is they will never get universal health care. They will never be able to afford health care in that country. They will never be able to afford education in the United States of America. They won't get that. They will use all their money, paycheck to paycheck. They will be, paying that mortgage. You know what I'm saying? Struggling to keep that farm. They will stay on the bottom class. They have no chance whatsoever at achieving anywhere close to even J.D. Vance, and he don't even have that much money. You see what I mean? You won't get close to Pam Bondi money. She's not a billionaire. She got about 20 million. You see, the people that commit these acts are basically stooges and too dumb to realize what they're doing. Obviously, right? Because racism, you have to be really ignorant to be racist. You see what I'm saying?
Report out by the Ninth Judicial Council that investigated him, basically finding that he ran. I mean, to say he ran a frat house in his chambers would be an insult to frat houses. It was worse than that. He ran his version of the Playboy Mansion, and he went after vulnerable female clerks of his and forced them to have sex with him. And then only because he went through an entire round of investigation and lied during.
And they're perverts also. They go after little kids,
the investigation to the judge
and others
just investigating him. And they told him, if you don't get off the bench, we're going to impeach you. Only then did this Trumper decide, maybe I should exit stage left. We'll talk more about that, the new opening for Joe Biden to appoint a new federal judge in Alaska. And then we just got to end tonight's podcast on Clarence Thomas.
Right, Clarence Thomas. So that's what they're talking. Here we go. So let's go in.
Sheldon Whitehouse and others who have sent a letter demanding the Department of Justice open up a criminal investigation, a criminal referral of Thomas, because of everything outlined in the ProPublica Pulitzer Prize winning reporting about him being on the take on the dole along with his wife by the Federalist Society. Leonard Leo orchestrated donations, Harlan Crow, luxury yachts that ended up docking near Putin's hometown, $1 million lodges, buying of his mobile home, his RV, paying off of real estate loans.
$1 million yacht docking, right? $1 million yacht docking near Putin's home, right? In Russia. You see what I mean? So let's get to that one. Let's see here, because that's what the Federal Society is talking about. Let's see here. Let's see.
Clarence Thomas is in corruption, in public corruption, right before our very eyes. He seems to be, he doesn't care. He claimed when he's caught about the millions of dollars of junkets and vacations and recreational vehicles and refinancing of his real estate and the buying of his grandnephew's tuition and this exclusive hunting lodges and yachts to Putin's hometown paid for by the Federalist Society and the MAGA right-wing donors like Harlan Crow of Trammell Crow Real Estate Empire. And this
just hear this again,
exclusive hunting lodges and yachts to Putin's hometown paid for by the Federalist Society and the
yachts to Putin's hometown paid for by the Federalist Society.
The MAGA right-wing donors like Harlan Crow Trammell Crow real estate empire. He just says things like, well, I never had to report that before, or I misread the form, or I didn't understand the law. This is a Supreme Court justice that takes special delight in chastising people who he feels is beneath him intellectually, have missed the point in an argument, or don't understand the law. And now we're to believe he doesn't understand how to read forms or how the ethics laws apply to him. He's violated let's just call it out. He has violated the ethics laws regarding gifts that he and his wife have obtained and that he did not properly disclose, nor should he have taken them, even if he had disclosed them. I don't want to hear, there's no two sides on this. The question is, what is Chief Justice Roberts going to do about it? The answer is nothing. He's been called on the carpet to come to the Senate to talk to the Senate Judiciary Committee and the Senate Finance Chair.
All right, so check it. Here's the goodies. According to investigations by journalists and congressional committees, right? Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas did take an undisclosed luxury trip to St. Petersburg, Russia, which is Vladimir Putin's hometown. Let me pull up the map here. Can I pull that up right over here? I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. Or should I pull it up here? My fault. Here's the map. It's already open. Yeah. Now, let me see. Where is that at? It's just so people can get an idea where that is while I talk this piece out. Here we go. So you can see where Finland is, right? Now, just under Finland is an inlet. And that inlet right here, you see that? That goes to St. Petersburg right there. You see? So Putin right there somewhere in the top of that yacht must have docked somewhere at the top, at the end of the Baltic Sea. You see that? Between Estonia and Finland, right? St. Petersburg is right somewhere. There you go. You see? Right there on the water, right? So let me pull it back a little so people can see while I say this part. Now, the details, right? Details of the trip were brought to light by ProPublica investigations and were later formally detailed in July 2024. The letter was sent by the U.S. Senators Sheldon Whitehouse and Ron Wyden to the Department of Justice. So the Department of Justice became aware of this in 2024. That was when Biden was in office, right? That's July. The details. So a lot of this shit is probably all wrapped up with what's that Florida judge? You know what I'm saying? That won't release Jack Smith? Jack Smith's reporting or his investigation. You know, a lot of this stuff is locked up by the federal government now. Trump came in and they just shut all this shit down. So the details of the trip. The trip took place in 2003. Okay, 2003. Damn, I was in New York then. Okay. The benefactor. The vacation was paid for by the conservative billionaire mega donor Harlan Crow. Right? So let me see here. How many citizenships does Harlan, I'm just curious about that, Crow have? Yeah, and then I'll go back to that. I'm just curious because sometimes if you don't ask these questions, look at this, you will never know. You see? And these people are talking about their patriots, yo. He holds 2 citizenships. He's an American Kittian billionaire, right? You see? United States born and raised in Dallas, Texas. Crow is a native-born U.S. citizen. St. Kitts and Nevis. In 2012, Crow and members of his family purchased citizenships in the Caribbean island nation, though its famous citizenship by investment program, VIA. Okay, so I wonder what he's doing with that citizenship. Any money down there from Mr. Harlan Crow? Just curious, but it's good that people know. Now, benefactor. The vacation was paid for by the conservative billionaire mega donor Harlan Crow. Thomas traveled aboard Crow's luxury super yacht, the Michelle Rose, through the Baltic region. The trip also included a private helicopter ride to St. Petersburg. The destination While in St. Petersburg, Thomas visited the historic Yusupov Palace. Okay. The palace is historically famous as the site of Gregory Rasputin, assassination, but it is also a prominent venue in Putin's hometown where the Russian president has hosted foreign dignitaries and events over the years. Why is this controversial? Yeah, you tell me why. Do you think this is controversial or it's no big deal? What do y'all think, MAGA? No big deal? You American MAGA patriots? Any big deal or not? I bet you they probably thinking, Kamala did that too. Oh, no, she didn't. Okay. But that would be, I know that's just sitting on their lips right now. Something like that. Or either that or Biden must have done it. Biden did worse. Okay, if that's what you say, we'll just believe you. How about that? Okay, why is it controversial? Failure to disclose. Under the Ethics in Government Act, Supreme Court justices are legally required to disclose gifts, travel, and non-governmental income over certain values. So he didn't report that he went to Putin's hometown where Putin hosts foreign dignitaries. He just left that part out. Oops, sorry, that's not important. I'm a Supreme Court justice. I'm one of the highest authorities in the nation, but I forgot that could look like espionage. Now think about this. Not espionage, but that could look like a lot. Insider trading, right? Think about this. Judges, they know that they're going to rule on things. They don't just look at something brought to them and then just rule the next day. Ruling out. Boom. I looked at the paper. Now I rule. No, they have hearings. They take their time ruling. After they hear all the evidence, then they take weeks before they even rule on something. Do you think they could talk to other people in different countries to give them an idea on how they're going to rule so that they can invest in American companies that are going to benefit from whatever ruling they make? What do you think about that idea? Do you think that's possible? I'm just curious because that definitely came to my mind. Like, what better way to have power in the United States than if you get all the inside information and you get to own percentages of American corporations yourself. And every time these American corporations do well, you benefit. I mean, wouldn't that be a great idea? Especially if you are a competitor to the United States of America. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is what I'm thinking. Obviously, the man didn't go there by accident. Whatever it is, it must be something. And he did not tell the American people who pay his salary, pay his dental care, pay for, going to be paying for his elder care, right? When Clarence Thomas is old and shitting in his pants, the American people will be paying for the care that he gets. He got the best health care on earth, and you don't. Now, let's see here. Let me just see a little more of this. What else today? Okay, failure to disclose. Under the Ethics Government Act, Supreme Court judges are legally required to disclose gift, travel, non-governmental income over a certain value. Judge Thomas did not disclose this trip on his annual financial disclosure forms at the time. No evidence of meeting Putin. To be completely clear, there's no evidence. That usually means he probably met Putin. Because they really get like this now. It's the same thing with Trump. There's no evidence Trump did anything to anybody. Right? They always say that, no evidence, no trouble. No evidence Elon Musk did anything at Epstein Island. No evidence Peter Thiel did anything at Epstein Island. No, they always, it's like, okay, does it mean they didn't? No, it doesn't mean that. It means they actually possibly could. It's just, oh, well, you don't know. There's no evidence. I mean, yeah, I guess he went there because they had good amusement parks. You know what I'm saying? Right? He went all the way over there on a billionaire's yacht, and Putin knew nothing about it. Putin was just totally disinterested in Harlan Crow's yacht showing up in St. Petersburg. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's not like he's looking to blackmail people. It's not like he's looking to get old motherfucking men like him some little girls so he can take pictures of them, or little boys on camera, or little boys. A lot of times the little boys on camera is more damaging to the little girls because, truth be told, a lot of people make excuses for men fucking with little girls. You know, it's hard to make excuses for grown ass men that call themselves Christians messing with little boys. That's really hard in the Christian world. You said that'd be really hard for MAGA to accept, but it's been alleged that Clarence Thomas likes little boys, just like Trump. It's been alleged that Donald J. Trump likes little boys. It more than like, and I don't mean like, hey fella, how you doing? Hey, good to see you, man. Keep up the good work. Your mom's proud of you. I don't mean like that. I mean like in ways you're not supposed to like. You know, like called pedophilia. Okay. Yeah, that's really sad. So who knows? Let me find out. How many people think Clarence Thomas, they got pictures of Clarence Thomas with little boys? How many of you think Trump, some Russians have that? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's possible. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it's not possible. I think it's highly possible. I heard Sasha Riley's tapes and they're very, very compelling. Yeah, I'm not sure if everybody heard Sasha Riley, you know, but if you want to, you can find him. He's called Sasha Burrows on Facebook. You can look him up. He's there saying all the same shit he said in his hour-long interviews, hours and hours and hours of interviews on YouTube. You can find his audio interviews also, where he implicates Clarence Thomas at being at these Epstein parties in the mid-'80s, where he said that looks like Epstein was the subordinate for Donald J. Trump and 4 other billionaires, and Putin's name came up frequently over a 4-year period, where this man, he's a veteran of the Afghanistan war, says when he was a little boy, Epstein trafficked him and Trump had engagements with him personally. That's what they say. That's what Sasha Riley says. Now you can call him a liar if you want, but have you heard the audios? That's all I'm saying. Have you heard the audios? At least do that first. Now let me see here. Tom, blah, 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 blah. Legal experts and journalists generally agree it was a lavish vacation rather than a diplomatic or political meeting. How about if it was something that's described different as diplomatic or political? Look, could a lavish vacation include little boys? Could it include sexual acts with minors on video? Could it? I'm just curious. They had cameras in 2003. Geopolitical timing. While Russia was not viewed as the intense global adversary in 2003 that it is today, critics note that it was still highly unusual and potentially a security risk for a sitting U.S. Supreme Court justice to travel privately via a billionaire's helicopter into a foreign nation without official government oversight. So Clarence Thomas did not have official government oversight. Was the Secret Service with him on that trip? Who was with him on that trip? Let me ask. Let me find out. Was the Secret Service on that trip with Thomas? Let's see here. Just curious about that. The official records of and investigative reports indicate that no Secret Service was not on the trip. They weren't on the trip, nor do they ever protect Clarence Thomas. Damn. The Secret Service is primarily responsible for protecting President, Vice President, foreign heads of state. They do not provide security for Supreme Court justices. Instead, security for Supreme Court justices falls under 2 specific agencies, and the mystery surrounding Thomas' security during this international trip with Harlan Crow has become a major focal point of congressional investigators. So the U.S. Marshals might not have been on that trip, even though they are charged with protecting him. U.S. Marshal Service versus the Supreme Court. Okay, so let me see. Were the Marshals or Supreme Court police on the trip? Just to cut to the, get to the bottom of this real quick. Then I will double back. Let's see here. No, neither the U.S. Marshals Service nor the Supreme Court police were on that 2000 trip to Russia. When invested, wow, so that means he didn't want them, right? I guess when investigative journalists and Senate committee dug into the records regarding Clarence Thomas' vacation aboard Harlan Crow's super yacht, they discovered that there was zero government security presence provided by either agency. Sounds to me like somebody else is really taking care of his security. Clarence Thomas. Could it be Harlan Crow personally? Could he be Harlan Crow's bitch? And could Harlan Crow be in cahoots with foreign governments like Putin? Or, could they be committing, crimes against the American people and the government? I don't know. Could they be collaborating against the United States of America? The complete absence of federal security is one of the main reasons the trip triggered such intense scrutiny. The U.S. Marshals have no record. Under federal law, the U.S. Marshal is the primary agency responsible for protecting Supreme Court justices when they travel domestically or internationally. When watchdog groups filed the Freedom of Information Act request for logs of Thomas' travels, the Marshals Service officially responded that they had no record of providing security for the 2003 Baltic cruise or the excursion into St. Petersburg. So it was specifically designed that no government agencies get to know that. They're not privileged enough to know. Yeah. U.S. government agencies not privileged enough to know. Oh, well, they're not important enough to know. It's on a need to know basis. Yeah, basically it's on a need to know basis, I guess. So
same people he goes to whenever he needs a budget approved for his gleaming marble, mausoleums of justice. All the federal courthouses are all brand spanking new or look that way. He has no problem coming on bended knee and coming to Congress when he needs the money. But he doesn't. But it's beneath him to talk about ethics. We are ethical because we are the United States Supreme Court. That's the tautology that he's created. Or as Richard Nixon used to say, it can't be illegal because I did it. Or words to that effect. And so he refuses to come. He says it's an improper impingement, interference with the three co-equal branches of government. I thought no person was above the law until they are. That's a trite phrase to drop into your immunity decision, Chief Justice Roberts, but how about applying it to real world things? So he's not going to do it. Thomas isn't going to do it. He took special delight in not recusing himself from the immunity decision when he should have, given his wife's role in actively campaigning and lobbying for the overthrow of democracy and lobbying about cases in front of the Supreme Court. Instead, he wrote a concurrence when he said, I don't even think the special counsel is legitimate. Well, the Senate Democrats, led by Sheldon Whitehouse, are asking for a special counsel. How sweet irony and justice to investigate Clarence Thomas with a criminal referral to the Department of Justice. So first question for you, Karen, is what does Attorney General Merrick Garland do with with this referral by the Senate about this issue during this period leading into an election? That's one. And two, why did AOC bring the articles of impeachment knowing that there's no chance in heck, at least right now, that those articles could even be, even in the House, could actually lead to an impeachment of Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito? What is the broader principle that's important, even if you don't have the numbers at a particular moment to get something passed?
Yeah, so I'll answer that first. Sometimes you just have to be on the right side of history. You have to make a record, right? And you have to make a record of the right thing. And the right thing is that Clarence Thomas be impeached. And you just can't let him get away with it. It's so egregious. I mean, but let's talk about what's really happening here, okay? What's really happening here is he is receiving, not when you hear the word gifts, it's not like someone's bringing him a
I see y'all talking about what was happening in Denmark. There was the Copenhagen Democracy Summit, right? On the political front, annual Copenhagen Democracy Summit. They released also an online report. We covered that. We talked about that. I showed everybody the report or parts of the report and put the report in the chat. It's interesting because the United States is listed low, on that democracy list. They have autocratic nations. They have a standard how they rank, and the U.S. is pretty low. But for those that want to know a little bit, the acting Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, hosted by leaders, and joined NATO Secretary General Anders Fogh. We saw that. Remember when we saw that? We watched it. We watched her comments, and she did make a comment. I took it as she was making a pointing a finger at the United States regarding their democracy and how their citizens feel. There's an index. When you look at people that will defend Denmark, right? How the population in Denmark feels about Denmark, they got a very high ratings in terms of people that would defend it. They said they would defend this country if it came to a war, right? When you do that, when you ask how many people would defend the U.S., they do the same. It's much lower. The index is much lower. You see what I mean? And what they're talking about is also the social services. The fact, what is democracy? What is a democratic society supposed to do with its taxes? How does a real democratic society work? And that's what they're talking about. Representation of the people, right? And what is the government's main goal in that democratic society? That is to serve the society, the overall society. And who is the society? The society is the people, all of the people. That's who you serve. When you're an elected official, you serve all the people. That is what you're doing. When you collect taxes, the taxes are there to uphold all the people, because the people are the society. It's to make, you cannot make a society work without making the lives of the people kind of function. That's your job, to make it function easier. So yeah, so check that one out. Also, the queen mother, the one who just recently retired, right? Let me see here. Was actually admitted to the hospital. Queen Margaret, right? She was hospitalized just for something. I don't think it was anything serious, but yeah, so she went there, and she's actually 86 years old. So that's another thing that happened this week. But I don't know what else. I don't know who, somebody mentioned something about that. What's going on with Denmark, right? I'm not sure, but let me see here. Oh, I missed this. Here we go. But let's get back to this real quick. Let's see what they're talking about.
Chocolates, right? And he forgot to.
We got to see what Merrick Garland was doing about this.
That clearance record
principle that's important, even if you don't have the numbers at a particular moment to get something passed.
Yeah, so I'll answer that first. Sometimes you just have to be on the right side of history. You have to make a record, right? And you have to make a record of the right thing. And the right thing is that Clarence Thomas be impeached, and you just can't let him get away with it. It's so egregious. I mean, but let's talk about what's really happening here. Okay. What's really happening here is he is receiving, not when you hear the word gifts, it's not like someone's bringing him a box of chocolates, right? And he forgot to report that. These are lavish vacations. This is thousands of dollars of tuition for family members. This is essentially supporting his lifestyle.
You know what I'm about to ask? I'm going to ask, did Clarence Thomas go with his wife? Did Clarence Thomas go on that trip with his wife? Because we know, I mean, listen, I'm just saying, man, look, you know how many men can't go find a date themselves? Like, why would you go to Epstein Island and shit, But look, some of them will bring their families to Epstein Island anyway, right? Really, this is what's going down. So, it says here he brought his wife. Let me see. Clarence Thomas did go on the Russian cruise with his wife, Virginia Thomas. Investigative reports and congressional letters detail the vacation was a joint trip for the couple hosted by the billionaire. The inclusion of Jenny Thomas on the types of trips is a major part of why the broader investigation into Thomas' financial disclosures expanded. Okay, so they also look into her records, because although a judge, you're supposed to report what gifts you receive through your personal financial disclosure. A lot of times these judges are getting money through family members, children, sisters, brothers, wives, their wives, sisters, and brothers or children. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So she went. Hold on. Whoa. Look at this though. It says when the Senate Finance, Customs Yacht Manifest, when the Senate Finance and Judiciary Committees reviewed flight customs and yacht manifest, they found that Ginny Thomas frequently accompanied the justice on Harlan Crowe's private jets and super yachts, including later trips to locations like New Zealand and Greek islands. Under federal ethics rules, a spouse travel and hospitality paid for by a third party must also be factored into public officials' financial disclosures, which he also did not do. So he wasn't reporting none of this. Pretty much, I mean, some of it, I don't want to say none, but gross amounts, no, he didn't report. The context of her career, timing of the 2003 trip is also politically notable to the investigators. At the time of the cruise, Ginny Thomas was working as a high-level executive at the Heritage Foundation. So, Judge Thomas's wife was working at the Heritage Foundation, the one who's behind all of this shit. You see what I mean? And look, I didn't even notice. I didn't notice myself. I didn't notice. But this is the state of the United States right now. This is the state of the United States. This is where the country is right now. This is where the country is. This is how nepotism works. This is how, these elite function. This is completely unethical. This is these kind of ties, no Supreme Court judge, none of the ties that he has, anyone in their right mind no one in their right mind would want any judge having these kind of personal contacts, and it is highly political and it is highly classist, what's going on here. It just seems like it's you could see why the court rules the way it does, when you look at this report. And I'm just really surprised that this is not. Did I miss this in the top news? Look, at the time of the cruise, Ginny Thomas was working as a high-level executive at the Heritage Foundation. So the Heritage Foundation high-level executive goes to visit St. Petersburg, Russia on Harlan Crowe's yacht to Putin's family's town, where he often receives guests and gives tours. No evidence he actually met Putin, though. Or her. Years later. Oh, but guess who else was here? Guess who else met? I mean, look, Putin has been getting busy. Jill Stein went to Russia. A lot of these people went to visit Putin at some time. Is that cool? Is that what you want your American government officials taking private trips like that, being greeted and hosted by an autocrat? I mean, all I have to ask is, how did, I don't even have to ask. People can put it together. Years later, Justice Thomas had formally amended his financial disclosure records because he had completely omitted listing his wife's employment income from the Heritage Foundation 2003 and 2007, claiming he had inadvertently omitted it due to a misunderstanding of the filing instructions. Yeah, well, he just made a mistake. Don't be so hard on the guy, okay? It's he's generally known as a stand-up person. So give him another chance, please. Okay?
Private jets, yacht trips, and it was weird. These are all they takes them to Russia, of all places. Like, it just, something is fishy here, and something just is not right. This is a Hitler worshiping right-wing MAGA extremist who have
who love Putin. You know what I mean? Who love Putin. People don't know if Putin had something to do with 9/11. Like, you really don't know. And I guess I told people this before. I'm starting to think that maybe Russia did have something to do with 9/11 because in the Epstein files got something to do with 9/11. I'm starting to think people in the Epstein files had something to do with 9/11. That's what I'm starting to think. Because does it look like what's going on right now is an attack on the United States?
happens to be coincidentally the BFFs with Clarence Thomas and they take these lavish vacations to Russia and he somehow forgot to or didn't interpret the law, didn't know that you have to disclose this. This is the man whose only job in the whole world is to interpret the law. It is so clear. And guess what? I had to do it. I was an idiot who had to fill out every last thing that every person had ever done for me or given me.
No, you meant Nutlick. Who said that? I saw that. You meant to say Nutlick, Eric. And so did I. Fucking Howard Nutlick.
Single year for the Conflict of Interest Board. And, I had to sit there. It took hours to fill this out because you have to think, okay, did anyone ever do this? I had a blanket rule because I hated this form so much. I had a blanket rule. No gifts. If you're not related to me, I get no gifts. My husband gets no gifts.
And Lauren, you're absolutely right. Look, nobody believed the victims, right? No one's doing a damn thing for the victims. And nobody believed Anita Hill. People believed Anita Hill, but not the Senate. But any senators involved, any of these people at that time, were they involved? I mean, how are those people? How many of those senators that let Clarence Thomas on there? How many of them got Harlan Crow as one of their donors? You see what I'm saying? How many of them had been to Epstein's Island or Epstein's apartments? You know what I'm saying? Or to New Mexico, to Epstein's place there, or to any of those places. You see what I mean? It's all a small circle at the top. Epstein was the top. He's the top of the slime ball, thing. And look, I'm just curious if Harlan Crow and Epstein linked up at any point. I mean, but we know other billionaires did, right? So let me just check that out while I let this play.
That's just the way it is. Not like
bring this back.
A single year for the Conflict of Interest Board. And, I had to sit there. It took hours to fill this out because you have to think, okay, did anyone ever do this? I had a blanket rule because I hated this form so much. I had a blanket rule. No gifts. If you're not related to me, I get no gifts. My husband gets no gifts. That's just the way it is. Not like anyone was trying to give us gifts, but it was too complicated otherwise. I would go out to lunch with friends, especially friends who I worked with for years and years and years. And some of them worked and now they're fancy criminal defense attorneys or whatever they are. And so they work for a firm. They make a lot more money than me. They'd always try to put their credit card down for lunch or for dinner. I'd always say, no, I pay for myself. 100% of the time I pay for myself. I don't want to have to worry about disclosing this, right? This is a United States Supreme Court justice who literally is the guy who is one of 9 people who's the final word. Okay, the final word on what the law is of the land. And he doesn't know that you have to do this. First of all, that's bullshit. I call bullshit times 100, number one. Number two, it is no coincidence who this guy is, right? Who he is attaching himself to and what Clarence Thomas's opinions are. This is a guy who didn't say a word.
Oh, wow. Look, it says here that the bill, in the congressional hearings, right? They've been particularly interested in Harlan Crow and Epstein because it says congressional oversight committees looking into Supreme Court ethics scandals often contrast the secrecy of Crow's private flights and yacht logs with Epstein's private jets, using both examples of how wealthy individuals can move powerful public figures around the world completely undetected by standard government transparency laws. So, yeah, a lot of shady stuff apparently goes through those individuals, right? Yeah, and but this is American people's fault, yo. I gotta say this. Now, I'm not trying to victimize the victim, because I know American people are the victims too. But listen, y'all, 90 million Americans did not vote, and the only way you have influence over what is happening in your country is if you sign up, you register to vote, and you vote. Right? Both of those things have an effect on your life and how it turns out, So if you're not registered to vote and you thinking it doesn't matter, you're a goddamn fool. So go out, register to vote. Call your county clerk, register of voters, board of elections, and make sure you're registered to vote or registered in your state with the correct address. Because if you don't have the correct address, they could stop you from voting when you show up with your ID. You see what I'm saying? If your ID says a different address from the one that's registered, they can stop you from voting. Avoid that. Make sure you call your county clerk, register of voters. Do not assume. Board of elections, do not assume. Make sure your paperwork and your registration is in order, because they will be trying to stop you. And listen, there's only one tool to resolve this. I mean, if you want a democracy, that is to register to vote. Now, if you don't want a democracy, that's pretty much what you got now, because more people did not vote than voted for any person. More people didn't vote than voted for Trump. More people didn't vote than voted for Kamala Harris. No wonder the country looks this way. And for you people that's saying voting doesn't matter, no, that's what they want you to think. That's called election suppression. Okay, billionaires don't want you voting. They don't want you to feel good about your vote, because your vote is the only thing that stands between them doing whatever they want and you getting what you want. That's the only thing standing between them taking everything they want and you getting everything you need is your vote. That's the only thing. You see what I mean? So people need to register, and there's a correlation between rights and voting across the Western world. All these other countries that have universal health care and universal education, they have way higher voter turnout, because these are the things people want to make sure they have. So they're out there voting for it. And anytime these things seem threatened, boom, elections even start peaking. You see what I'm saying? So understand that's how it works. And the only thing that's going to get people out of this Trump moment right now, out of this Peter Thiel moment right now, this Elon Musk moment right now, is voting. That's if you want to get out of it having a democracy. If you don't want a democracy, then you can just go ahead and pick up a gun and see how it turns out. But I'm just saying, freedom of speech and freedom, First and Second Amendment, what are those without a vote? Wouldn't you, don't you, if you want any of those things, shit, they can just vote you out of even having that. They can just go out there and vote one day and say, no more of that. You see what I'm saying? So get your ass out there and register, get out there and register, because it matters. Everything you're doing is connected to your vote. Everything you have already is connected to your vote. If there's anything that you have that you love, it is connected to your vote, your right. Your vote determines your right. You see, especially right now, because these Supreme Court justices will go out there tomorrow and say, oh, well, the founding fathers only meant you had the right to have a little itty bitty gun. Only this one, only a 2-shooter. They could say what they really meant. Let me interpret what the founding fathers said. They really just meant you should have a pea shooter. And then what would you do? Then they send the robots out there and say, yeah, turn in every other kind of gun except a pea shooter. Okay, because that's what the founding fathers meant. They meant only a bucket, only a rifle with 2 shots, with one cool. That's all they had back then. I'm interpreting the Constitution. You never know what's up. So you better get your ass out there and get your representation happening. Now, there's some other news here. Now, let me see here. Some other weird ass news going on here with the, and look, this is an example. This is an example. A lot of other things can happen, but this is just an example of one other thing that can happen here. Let me see. Let me pull this up. I know you guys are looking at some of the shorts. Some of these shorts out here are crazy. I don't know if you saw the short where the the dude is like, Biden is trying to make me gay. Hey, don't you dare say I'm gay. Don't come at me like that. No. And then the dude, he said, the Bible says. Did y'all see that? I'm going to play it after this. That shit is ridiculous. Dude starts going into the Bible and shit. And then so they start going into Bible quotes. Yeah, it didn't turn out right. But let me see here. Let me pull this up. There was some corruption case that just recently come on now. That just recently happened. Where is it at? Boom. Where was it? In Colorado? Yeah, there's something in Colorado that just transpired. Here we go. It's coming up. Sorry about that. Let's get it up.
Prison for 2020 election-related crimes is now being granted clemency and could be released from custody in just over 2 weeks, but not by the president. Instead, Colorado's Democratic Governor Jared Polis says that election denier Tina Peters will get clemency after admitting that she, quote, made a mistake and misled Colorado election officials. Now, Peters, you may remember, is the former election clerk who is convicted of conspiring with fellow election deniers to breach her own county's election systems in an attempt to prove President Trump's baseless claims of voter fraud in the 2020 election. Now, the president, who launched a very intense pressure campaign on state officials to release her, reacted to this news tonight, posting, quote, "Free Tina." Now, Governor Polis is reducing Tina Peters' 9-year prison sentence in half to 4.5 years. He said she could be paroled, though, within a month after serving less than 2 years in prison. And Governor Polis joins me again tonight. And thank you, sir, for being here. A lot of people might look at this and say, Tina Peters was convicted by a jury of her peers in a conservative-leaning county, no less. Why did you decide to commute her sentence?
I have to start, Caitlin, by correcting just one thing in the lead-in. She did not commit any crimes regarding the 2020 elections. She certified President Biden won. This was after the 2021. It was a small municipal election in the town. The results were counted, no ballots were compromised, but she went in and illegally tried to copy software before an update came. So nothing to do with President Trump's election. Just wanted to make that clear. What the appeals court found, and what I agree, is that fundamentally she deserves time, and she committed 4 felonies. Those are going to stay on her record. We're continuing to fight the president's bogus attempt to pardon her in court. But the truth of the matter is that her speech, meaning her conspiratorial beliefs and what she believes in, are certainly an anathema to me and most of your viewers, and I strongly disagree with. But those are not the basis and should not be the basis for a longer sentence than somebody would normally get for this crime. And that's really what the sentence reduction is all about.
Now, what's interesting, so it ties into elections. What's interesting here is that, again, this is about elections. So you had the Supreme Court chiming in on elections in an election year, basically wreaking havoc on the electoral process, even though it's supposed to be states' business, right? But the Supreme Court has now triggered a, not just the Supreme Court, but Donald Trump. They have triggered a redistricting across the entire United States. And why? Because now that the courts have chimed in, Democrats realize that they could lose a lot of seats if they don't do the same as the Republicans do, basically. So that means redistricting in an election year, a month before the election, or even after the election has begun, is pretty much legal right now in the United States of America. That's been a first. It's never been that way ever before. It's a new U.S. today. It's a new U.S. this year, right? But what she did, right, is she turned off the security cameras in the county's election server room. She then took a local resident security badge and handed it to an unauthorized computer expert associated with election conspiracy groups named Conan Hayes. The data theft. She used the stolen badge to sneak Hayes into a security mandatory software update, trusted build being conducted by the state and Dominion voting systems. Hayes recorded video of the update and made complete digital copies of the secure voting machine's hard drives. So she copied it. And once that gets out, does that make elections safer or less safe? Yeah, the leak. The security passwords and proprietary data from Mesa County's election infrastructure were subsequently leaked online and presented at a cyber symposium hosted by MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell, compromising the entire county's voting security. That's what she did. But what is it about voting these people never seem to like? What is it about it? I mean, there's always an issue with voting. Always. There hasn't been one time since Trump has started running for a public office that he has not challenged the voting systems, the elections, and how elections are done across the country. What a coincidence. The legal fallout criminal trial following an extensive investigation by the FBI and Colorado Attorney General Peters was indicted August 24th. The Mesa County jury found her guilty of 7 criminal counts, including 4 felonies, 3 counts of, let me put this up so people can see what I'm reading. Let's see here. 3 counts attempting to influence a public servant. Okay, that's a felony. Conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation. That's a felony. First degree official misconduct, violation of duty and failure to comply with the Secretary of State. That's also one. Now, hold on. Yeah, that's a felony too, I guess, right? Damn, no, it's 7. No, that's 4. Okay, that's one of the felonies, but it's 7 criminal counts, so it's more than this. During her October 24th sentencing, Judge Matthew Barrett delivered a blistering rebuke, calling her a charlatan who peddled snake oil, and sentenced her nearly to 9 years in prison plus 6 months. She was immediately remanded to the state correctional facility. The political drama, federal pardon. Peter quickly became a martyr for election conspiracy theorists. Federal claims. President Donald Trump heavily championed her. Case calling her a political prisoner and a hostage in December. So he believes it's okay to do what she did. Trump. Or he believes she didn't do any of those things at all. And now we look at this guy. Look at this guy. Trump is challenging all of what he said.
Her conspiracy.
Last, Tina may go within a month after serving less than 2 years, 4.5 years.
So the governor, where's the governor stand on that? On Trump's view of what happened?
He said she could be paroled, though, within a month after serving less than 2 years in prison. And Governor Polis joins me again tonight. And thank you, sir, for being here. A lot of people might look at this and say, Tina Peters was convicted by a jury of her peers in a conservative-leaning county, no less. Why did you decide to commute her sentence?
This is podcast.
So he's commuted the state sentence. Trump likely commuted the federal sentencing, right? So let me bring it back here. It says no Colorado government. Okay, so Polis firmly disagreed with Donald Trump's view on Tina Peters. The two leaders approached her case from completely opposite sides of the political and legal spectrum. While both men wanted her out of prison, their reasons and their view of her actions could not have been more different. Okay, Patriot hostage. Governor says she's rejected Trump's narrative. When Polis commuted her sentence, he made it clear that he was not pardoning her or condoning her behavior. The reason for clemency from the governor, decision. Okay, let me see here. Decision to cut her sentence in half was strict an act of legal proportionality, not an endorsement. He stepped in because An appeals court noted sentencing errors, and Paulus believed that the 9 years prison sentence for a nonviolent 70-year-old first-time offender was excessively harsh compared to standard judicial practices. Okay, so that's why. What do y'all think? Does that sound about right? I mean, Trump is 70 years old. Look at what he's doing. I mean, but he's not a first-time felon anymore. Trump definitely ain't no first-time felon. But does she support Trump still? That's the thing about it. That would tell me what her sentence should be like. If she still supports Trump, I say let her ass rot in jail, man. Basically, that's how I look at it. If she doesn't denounce Trump, why let her out, man? She's just going to do it again, right? If given a chance. So she's going to go out there and cry like a victim, right? And endorse, more election suppression. So, he was being nice to the grandma. Yeah, I understand that too. Like I said, but what if you heard her go out there and say, God damn it, if I had a chance, I'd do it again. Would that change your mind? Because she might say that, actually. She might. It would change my mind. I would be like, all right, lock her ass up then. All right, let me see. Let's get on to it. Let's see what the governor says.
She did not commit any crimes regarding the 2020 elections. She certified President Biden won. This was after the 2021. It was
do me a favor. Everybody, click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button. Let me see how many likes I got,
Small municipal
Peace
election.
to everybody watching from home, too.
The results were counted, no ballots were compromised, but she went in and illegally tried to copy software before an update came. So nothing to do with President Trump's election. Just wanted to make that clear. What the appeals court found, and what I agree, is that fundamentally she deserves time, and she committed 4 felonies. Those are going to stay on her record. We're continuing to fight the president's bogus attempt to pardon her in court. But the truth of the matter is that her speech, meaning her conspiratorial beliefs and what she believes in, are certainly an anathema to me and most of your viewers, and I strongly disagree with. But those are not the basis and should not be the basis for a longer sentence than somebody would normally get for this crime. And that's really what the sentence reduction is all about.
Okay.
There's been blowback from Democrats and Republicans for this. Your Democratic AG called it mind-boggling and wrong as a matter of basic justice. The Mesa County Republican District Attorney who prosecuted her said it was misguided and misunderstood decision that undermines accountability and erodes confidence in the integrity system. The Clerks Association in Colorado said that they're furious, disgusted, and deeply disappointed by the reckless and dangerous message this sends. What message do you think it sends?
Well, first of all, I commuted the sentences of 9 people today. I pardoned 35. Tina Peters was not among those. The Attorney General and the prosecuting attorney from Mesa County were part of the prosecution, and there's something about prosecutorial pride. Prosecutors are seldom, if ever, satisfied by the commutations I make, and sometimes they're quite mad. What a commutation is effectively saying we're going to look at the sentence as a whole. Was it different than other people that committed the same crime? There was, in fact, another public official in Colorado convicted of 4 felonies. One was the exact same felony as Tina Peters, and she got 0 time in prison. She got probation only.
It sounds to me, I don't know. Yeah, I guess he was looking out for an old lady, but look, I mean, I don't understand how you keep elections safe if you don't have real punishments for crimes. You know what I'm saying? If you're not willing to punish people, what is your excuse for punishing everybody else? I mean, it's loads of first-time felons that go to prison. So I'm not getting it really, to be honest. Maybe it's the white-collar felon thing. It's like, if it's a paperwork felony, okay. They usually try to give you, less time, or they, feel sorry for you or something like that. I don't know. It's just a story, y'all. In any case, she got caught, but it did have if you ask me, it just shows the intent of the Republican Party. They don't care about the law. And as long as there's a slap on the wrist, they're going to keep doing it. Very simple. Trump gave them that avenue when he started pardoning. Goddamn, look at how many people already been pardoned. You know what I'm saying? For real acts, for violence. So I don't think anybody who's willing to commit a crime like that that's a crime against the people of the United States of America. That's what that is. You know, I don't get that. I don't understand why that's not a serious crime. You know, it should be very serious. But in any case, there's more wacko news, right? Because there's a lot of wackos. As a matter of fact, I'm going to play this one before I play some of the other wacko stuff that's not really news, just to have a little laugh and then get back to the news. But there's more wacko news. And I think it sounds like somebody is getting a little worried about their own life and how long it's going to last, because usually things like this don't happen unless for some reason you're feeling like you won't be alive long.
Tommy Vitor. Tommy, have you heard about this secret death letter that Trump left for J.D. Vance?
You don't have a secret death letter? I have one in my house for my wife.
Well, this is nuts. I'm going to throw to a clip right here.
As someone said to me, they could just put something in the air that makes him sick 30 days later.
Came up to me at an event recently on Ellis Island and said the same thing. And I said, absolutely not. I have no fear at all of them doing something. The idea that you do something that undermines your recognition goes against what they wish to have. Secondarily, remember what the president said about another country trying to do that? He said, there is a letter in the drawer in the Resolute desk that is addressed to the vice president should something happen to him. So that is the language of power.
China could do something so sneaky as they did with COVID that you wouldn't be able to really tell if the president just got Lyme disease and fell ill in America.
We have protocols, trust me. Not ones I can discuss, but we have protocols.
So J.D. Vance is there to serve as the white knight should something happen to Trump. How much confidence do you have that J.D. Vance would be able to carry out Trump's dying wishes?
Here's what I have confidence in: that J.D. Vance has broken into the Oval Office, steamed open that envelope, read the letter, copied the handwriting, replaced it with his own version, and then put it back in there.
Do you think that that's real, or do you think that's just bullshit? That there's no real letter? That they just are saying it just because Trump's a pathological liar and will damn near say anything. I mean, I'm not understanding it. It is interesting somewhat to think that maybe Trump felt so goddamn old that he has a letter with instructions for J.D. Vance in it. But I don't believe it myself. There's no real letter. I don't believe it. I don't believe it myself. To me, it just sounds like I don't understand. Trump usually says things because he's in a certain situation where he needs to have an answer, right? So I think that's what it's more about, right? I'm not sure, but you tell me what you think, because maybe I could be wrong. Trump is old as fuck. He's old as shit. Trump is old as a dried up piece of shit. He's old, decrepit. He is a dead man walking. I mean, you know what I'm saying? He looks like a fucking zombie, a mummy. You know what I mean? Like, they need to wrap his ass up in fucking hospital wraps because he is in bad fucking shape, Trump. I'm telling you, and he's leading the country. And here's these dumbass, motherfucking dumbass Republicans. And you know what they're going to say if you call Trump old? They're going to say, well, Biden was older. That's what they're literally going to say. At least Biden wasn't a fucking kook. Okay? Biden wasn't a sellout to his country, man. Biden didn't go over to China every time they call and say, you better get your ass over here. He didn't go over there and fucking bow, get on his knees groveling and shit. Biden didn't make Americans look like a fool on the global stage. Okay? Biden is a dignified man. Anybody can know that. Trump is not a dignified man. Trump is alleged to have been he's alleged to have been on a bus, I think, talk about grabbing somebody by the here it is right here what he said. He's not alleged. He said this. Didn't he say this? What the heck is going on?
I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the
Yeah, can y'all hear that?
Do anything.
That is what Trump said, and when he said this, I believe it was alleged that he was married, right, to Melania when he said this, right, or just about to get married. Is that it?
Beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the.
Right. You see what I mean? Like how many times has Trump made a complete utter ass of himself and just totally made a mockery of the United States of America on the global stage, you know? And all these MAGAs are going to say is something like, well, Biden, he was old too. Biden. Or Kamala did. You know, it's like, man, they live in fantasy world. Well, just to bring reality back so we can see the world that they live in, how far off it is. Because, look, you really... I'm sorry. You have to be fucking crazy to go along with this. You have to be fucking crazy to be this way. But this is the reality. This is the utter fucking reality of the United States of America. Here it is.
Lifestyle over on me.
Who's forcing you to be gay?
Joe Biden and his crew.
Joe Biden's forcing you to be gay?
No, not forcing me. Make sure you get that right. I ain't gay and ain't got nothing to do with it, okay? Don't ask me.
No, but I thought you're saying he's forcing you. He's forcing you to be gay, or he's forcing you to be... What's he forcing?
The whole party is forcing their lifestyle over on to us. Period.
Nobody's forcing you to be gay. It's just so people can live the life how they want to live without persecution.
They are putting in schools, in our education for our children, okay, that it's okay to be that way, and it's not. It's ungodly. Period.
But you're saying like...
Period. There's no answer. There's no more question to that. Period.
Because in Leviticus...
It's ungodly, friend.
Okay. So in the Bible, in Leviticus, it says... If a man lives with a man, he should be put to death.
Also, you be careful, okay?
Also in Leviticus,
we're going to go to eternity, and we're going to answer for all this right here.
I look forward to it.
Right.
Also in Leviticus, it says, if you spill your seed, you need to give 2 turtle doves to a pastor, a priest. Spill your seed meaning ejaculate. Have you given turtle doves to priests or pastors like it says in the Bible?
No.
You haven't?
No. Why are you forcing your lifestyle over on me?
Who's forcing you to be gay?
Also,
Joe Biden and his crew.
I don't think
forcing
the
you to be
Constitution
gay.
says that
Apparently,
upon
that man's going to hell. He just committed to... Look at his face. He's like, nope. Yeah, buddy. You just got, man. You just got. What did he say? No, I didn't.
I look forward to it. Also in Leviticus, it says, if you spill your seed, you need to give 2 turtle doves to a pastor.
Now, wait 2 seconds. I'm sorry, but this has to be made larger so we can see his face for what it is. Let me see here. I got to see that up close because this one right here is... And again, you people that didn't vote, you let people like this decide your fate. You let people, when you don't vote, you're letting someone like this decide who rules the country. This is who decides right now. This was the popular vote because more people didn't vote at all. This is who fucking won. Look at this shit. This is crazy. Oh, here we go.
Why are you forcing your lifestyle over on me?
Who's forcing you to be gay?
Joe Biden and his crew.
Joe Biden's forcing you to be gay?
No, not forcing me. Make sure you get that right. I ain't gay and ain't got nothing to do with it, okay? Don't ask me.
No, but I thought you're saying he's forcing you. He's forcing you to be gay, or he's forcing you to be... What's he forcing?
The whole party is forcing their lifestyle over on to us. Period.
Nobody's forcing you to be gay. It's just so people can live the life how they want to live without persecution.
They are putting in schools, in our education for our children, okay, that it's okay to be that way, and it's not. It's ungodly. Period.
But you're saying like...
Period. There's no answer. There's no more question to that. Period.
Because in Leviticus...
It's ungodly, friend.
Okay. So in the Bible, in Leviticus, it says... If a man lives with a man, he should be put to death.
Also, you be careful, okay?
Also in Leviticus,
we're going to go to eternity, and we're going to answer for all this right here.
I look forward to it.
Right.
Also in Leviticus, it says, if you spill your seed, you need to give 2 turtle doves to a pastor, a priest. Spill your seed meaning ejaculate. have you given turtle doves to priests or pastors like it says in the Bible?
No.
You haven't?
No. Why are you forcing your lifestyle over on me?
Gotcha. Yes, sir. Gotcha. So, it's really, really too bad that a lot of people, they just know they know the quotes of the Bible they want to know and shit just to condemn somebody. But you, sir, you didn't respond the same way. Notice how he didn't say, "Hey, man, get that masturbation shit away from me. I don't masturbate." Notice how he didn't deny it. He didn't give up he wasn't so he didn't object to that idea so much. I wonder why that is. Why do you think that is, that he didn't object? But this is what this is why you don't have health care. This is why you don't have universal health care. This is why you don't have universal education. Because these people run shit right now. This is who's running the country. And this guy, if you leave your life up to him, it's a mistake. It's a mistake. So go out there and make sure you call your county clerk, register of voters, board of elections, and make sure you register to vote. Register in your state with your correct address, because if not, Mr. Turtle Dove could be deciding your fate too. Again. And he's not interested in universal health care. He's interested in condemning in stopping homosexuality from spreading. That's what he's interested in. Although, I'm curious, like, how do you make somebody gay that's not gay? How do you do that? How do you make somebody gay that's not gay? That's the part I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you're talking about raping people, then I would understand. But listen, it's not only, a rapist is a rapist. A rapist doesn't necessarily have to be gay. You see what I'm saying? Like, so a rapist is a rapist. I'm not for any type of rapist, but what I'm just asking is this: how does someone make you gay if you're not gay? I asked one of my homeboys that was in prison for some time, and I asked him, to let me know what this shit is like there in prison. Like, is cats getting raped like they say and all this shit? Of course I'm going to ask, right? Because he's one of my homeboys from the Sandbox. So I really wanted to know what the real deal is up in the Fed, right? And he told me, he said, "Hey man, if you're not gay, nobody, then nobody's even going, you want it. That's not even an issue. Gay people are gay. They already gay. That's how they think. You see what I mean? And pretty much that's how it's going to go down." Now, it's funny that this guy thinks that someone can make you gay. That's the part I don't understand, because I've known gay people pretty much my entire life. Never made me want to be gay. Never made me interested in being gay. So I don't get that. I think there's something wrong going on here. And I think if you're wired that way, that's how you wired. If you're not wired that way, you're just not wired that way. That's how I think it works, myself. But he have a whole nother different theory, which is interesting. Now, I just did that for some laughs, of course, but it's not really it just, how can I say this? It illustrates ignorance. It illustrates the ignorance that's leading the country right now. Because listen, this guy, he's claiming that Biden and Harris are doing this, but nobody's asking, why is Peter Thiel gay? This man's not interested about his check. His money is going to Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is essentially a gay man. He's essentially bisexual, right? Or into men, right? Isn't that what they say? Yeah. And Peter Thiel's getting some of his check, his money, his tax dollars every time he goes to work. Then Trump has been alleged to like little boys himself. Trump has been alleged that. That's been alleged. You see what I'm saying? So we know this. Look, there's a lot of Trumpians Trump people that support Trump that are gay too. Also, I'm not saying they're rapists. Now, Trump was let me make sure I say that. He is alleged not to be gay, but to be into little boys, a pedophile that likes little boys. That's what Trump is alleged to, right? Peter Thiel, I don't know if it's little boys he likes, but it's been alleged that he's into men. Yeah, and I don't know if you want to combine his appetite for males with his friendship or his desire to go to Epstein Island. You be the judge. You tell me. Epstein was into, and a lot of people don't know, Epstein was into boy. There was it's been alleged that Epstein trafficked boys too, not just girls, but boys. So I'm curious about that. So I think these kind of MAGA people, they're really, really crazy because it's almost like they don't care that a lot of what seems to go on, even in this Republican world, Christian world or quote unquote Christian right. I'm talking about at the top. There's a lot of switch hitters and there's a lot of gayness going on there. I don't know how to describe it myself, to be honest with you. So correct me. I don't know what it is. Like down low is one of the terms. Christian men being in Congress and going out, having wives, having children, and going out and sleeping with gay men. MAGA Mike Johnson has been alleged to be one of them. What's the guy who's always on CNN? Scott, what's his name? Scott something, right? He has been alleged to be. They got pictures alleged. Someone allegedly said they got loads of pictures of him slobbing down gay men at a popular gay bar he frequented often. Scott Jennings, right? So I'm not understanding this kind of dude right here. It's almost like he doesn't hear none of this stuff.
Forcing you to be gay.
Joe Biden and his crew.
Joe Biden's forcing you to be gay?
No, not forcing me.
Andy Biggs, yes, Rafika Andy Biggs, a Congress member, alleged to be into little boys. It's another a Congress member too. What's the guy's name? What's the other dude? He's one of the chairs in the Republican Party, alleged to be into little boys also. Jim Jordan. Seriously, how do these people not hear none of that stuff? Barney Franks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm serious. Like, show proof. Well, I wasn't there. Did you go to Epstein Island? But a victim of Epstein's is claiming that. A person that said they were a victim, a military veteran, said he was a victim of Epstein in the mid 80s. So you never heard of Sasha Riley? Let me pull up his Facebook page for everybody to go. Let's see here. I just want everyone to actually, if you don't know, maybe you never heard of it before. That's fair enough. I understand there's lots of people that never heard of that stuff before, but it is definitely out there. So and we've shown it before here. So if it's your first time seeing it, no problem. I'll let you peep some of it. No problem. No problem at all. We got a little time. I got about a half an hour left. Let me see here. Let me get off of this one. Let's see here. It's going to take me a second to open my account here. Sasha Riley is his Facebook name is Sasha Burrows, and then I'm going to pull up the links to the audio tapes where he tells you all about Clarence Thomas, all about Donald Trump, how he says that Epstein actually worked for Donald Trump and 3 other billionaires in the 80s, and that's how it started. That's what he said. Now let me see here. Let me pull up Sasha Burrows so people can see, right? Sasha Burrows, is that it? Let me see something. Did I misspell it? Damn, did they remove his page? Let me just look that up. Okay, maybe if I just say Sasha Riley here. All right, wait a second. Maybe I got to do it like this. See my notifications. For some reason, I don't see it here. Oh, here it is. Barros. It's Sasha Barros. I spelled it wrong. So here we go. Let me look it up. This is the person, and this person is on Facebook, and this person has audio tapes, right? This person has audio tapes, and let me see. Let me go here. Oh, why does it say boxing history? Here it is. I don't know why this came up. Is this like some sort of notifications? Sasha? All right, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, sorry about the delay, y'all. This is the guy. This is a veteran of Afghanistan. And on Facebook, his name is Sasha Barros, right? So he's a vet, and he's got audio tapes. He did audio tapes, maybe like 4 or 5 or 6 hours of audio tapes where he's talking about everything with Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein in the 80s, like straight up. And he's outed a whole lot of people. Now that's that one. Now let me pull up. As a matter of fact, let me pull up this one on so people can see themselves here on about the audio tapes. Sasha, and on if you want to hear the audio tapes on what is it? Oh, as a matter of fact, let me just pull it up here. On YouTube, his name is Sasha Riley, right? And he explains that on his Facebook page. So look, I'm going to put the Facebook page here in the chat. You go to his page, right? And then I'm going to put the audio tapes here too. And you listen to the audio tapes, and he's been mentioned in the congressional hearings also. This man, what he said has been mentioned in the congressional hearings. See, the FBI has not, as far as I know, has not been interviewing any of the so-called Epstein victims. No, not none of them. All those women you saw, they're not interviewing them. This guy came out and said it. He hasn't been interviewed either, allegedly, right? So now I'm going to put his audio tapes up here. Sasha Riley. I mean, loads of people have heard it, and this is some very moving. He has some very riveting words that he says, and this is not for people who don't have a strong stomach. Like, this is definitely something that is going to hurt you. What he says happened to him. If you have a conscience,
so I just want to,
if you have a conscience at all, you will, you're going to feel very, very sad at what this man says happened to him.
In terms of date, July 18th, 2025. My full name, Lisa Noel Volding. And Riley, do you want to state your name and any other names?
William. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. My name is William Sasha Riley. I was born Manuel Sasha Barros.
Okay.
But my legal name is William Sasha Riley at this time.
Okay. And I'm, just so we're clear, I'm based in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. I lived in the United States full-time for a bunch of years. But I was brought up in Canada. My citizenship's Canadian. And
we might be neighbors at some point, because Canada is right now number 2 on the list of the countries that I am potentially going to move to.
I think it's a good place to look. There's a lot of Americans, actually. I've spoken to Americans that I've told to come here. And there's lots of Americans that have come to visit more. And it's a lot more embracing, inclusive of a culture. So, it's quite lovely. I recommend. In terms of what my approach, really what I wanted to do is to just really a thorough discussion. You tell me everything that you've been wanting to say, and I'll ask some questions. This might be one of however many discussions, and I'll record them. If it's 1, if it's 10. And what I'd like to do,
all right, I'm going to put the link also in the chat while I let this play, all right? Just for people that have never heard it before, do me a favor, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I appreciate it.
Recording with an eye to your testimony, getting your testimony of what you experienced, what abuse you suffered, and what you were witness to. And an eye in terms of being able to get into a format in terms of affidavits, whether we look at getting help from the International Criminal Court, because obviously what you and I have discussed already, there's definitely a whole whack of crimes that have been getting committed by a lot of folks, and is even a case where there could be crimes against humanity charges. And
if you've never heard this before, this man's description of what happened to him in the mid 80s to the 90s, he said from the time he was 8 to the time he was 12, he was molested by Epstein, Trump, and some other men in government right now that are still in government. He describes how this thing was set up, this trafficking ring was set up, almost better than any other witness. He provides so much detail, to what is happening, how it was structured. And again, he says Clarence Thomas was there at these events, and he believes Clarence Thomas has been involved with him, possibly, but if not other children. We talking about people being murdered, kids being murdered. He said happened straight up on video. You see? Yeah, exactly. And he said that that when he was there, it looked like Trump was the employee of that Epstein was the employee of Trump and three other billionaires. And he said the entire time this was going on for 4 years of his life, Putin's name was coming up constantly by many different people at these parties.
In regards to Trump. So, and what else I'd like to do is I'd like to look at whether you would be okay with, me transcribing and then publishing something. I publish newsletters selectively.
Yo, Kev Dog.
Called Outlaws of Chivalry.
Kev Dog. Yes, listen. To your point, Kev Dog says Trump only want the island to get directions on how to get away from. No, somebody said they only want the island to be discussed. Listen. He discusses how it was done in the 80s, yo. And the 80s is before Epstein had an island. You see what I'm saying? It may have even been before Epstein had that house next to Lutnick. They were doing these private parties at big events in the South, yo. Seriously, in the southern U.S. and maybe in the Midwest also. So I'm gonna let it play because I want you guys to hear as much as possible.
I publish once in a while, and I was looking at perhaps publishing there if you're okay in terms of how it could help us in terms of getting the right legal support in terms of the International War Court.
I am for whatever puts a light on this, because in my mind, the powers that be are already aware of my position on it and aware that I have spoken up. And, the more light that is shed on there, I don't think that I'm incurring more risk, except for some maybe lunatic that wants to be a soldier for Donald Trump, because they are a little crazy. They're a little brainwashed, but I don't mind whatever would bring a little bit more light to this, particularly the stuff. If we can get some of this stuff verified, and I know that me speaking up is one thing, but then the verification process,
Yeah.
Is important too. And I have read about software where, facial recognition software that taps into the banks of known cataloged child pornography. So if the films that they had me make can be verified, it's not something that I can go online, but I am confident that it's there because somebody that I served with in the Army got put out of the Army for child pornography, and my chain of command talked to me and they said, hey, some of these images, some of the films or whatever that he had looked just like you. And that was the first time I think I had ever talked to anybody about having done those films. And I told them, yes, when I was a child, I had to do those things.
Yeah.
So
let's talk a little bit more about that circumstance. Like, so you were in the Army. What years were you in the Army then?
This would have been my second time in the Army. I rejoined in, 2002.
Yeah.
And I retired in 2016. I was in from 91 to 98 as well. So I did a little over 21 years. But the time frame that they pulled me into the office and discussed that would have been around 2008, 2009 time frame. It was in garrison, so it was between deployments.
Yeah.
So around that.
That is one of the helicopters he said his father was using to transport Trump. His father, his adopted father. That's how he got the name. Yep. So this guy has a whole lot of pictures. And from the mid 80s to the 90s, right? From his father, right? His father, who he said was a transporter for Trump, and transported kids for Trump's, and he was his adopted kid, and he says that his adopted father sexually trafficked him through Trump and Epstein and others and others with that network. Like, straight up, this guy is on Facebook. If you don't believe him, go tell him you don't believe him, right? But at least go hear the guy's case out. Don't just. Why would you believe Trump? What's your reason for just believing Trump? What would your reason be? You see, that's what I don't get. What would your reason be just for believing Trump? You believe Trump, but you don't want to even hear what a veteran says. This guy's a damn veteran, and you don't even care.
Is when they talk to me. And I can just remember, I can remember telling them that I knew it was out there was nothing I could do about it, and thinking that there was really no way to go about, anything at that point. I didn't know what I could do about it, if anything.
Yeah. So it was from when our emails, it was one of the fellow soldiers that was caught with a bunch of child pornography, and then your commanding officer pulled you into the office to go through and said they'd seen you in the films.
I did not look at any of the films. All they said was, hey, we had to look at some of this stuff, and one of those people looks just like you. And that's the first time that I had, I think, ever really spoken about it. And I said, yes, those are probably me. But I did not personally see them. But they described something that I knew that I had been a part of.
Yeah. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Here's what it
more?
was.
Yeah.
They pulled me in, I can remember First Sergeant Bayless was kind of red-faced, and he said, have you ever made a movie with a black girl? And that obviously was, I'm not a movie star, so obviously that's a very odd question, and I knew exactly what he was talking about when he said that.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, yes. So he said, okay, well, we have found some images that are of a sexually explicit nature on another soldier's computer, I think, and they look like you. And I said, well, they are me. So he said, and you look underage. I think from that was part of their investigation to confirm that the images of the participants in these films were underage.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that was just a secondary verification that, was on.
Yo, Kev Dog, you sounding incredibly foolish, man. You're asking all the wrong questions. Kev Dog says, it kind of sounds like he's lying. Interesting you say that. Then he says, I mean, how did he know it was Trump and not an imposter? Did Trump sign his autograph? Yo, dude, I'm sorry, but you're not even being serious right now. I think something's wrong with you. You know, first of all, this man is not hiding from you. Again, here's his Facebook page. On Facebook, he's called Sasha Burrows. And here's the interviews. Okay, now you might think he sounds like he's lying, but this guy ain't hiding. So why don't you go find him and ask him yourself? You know? Listen, man. Sorry, buddy. But you know, it's too serious of a topic to just be trolling like you said. I'm a troll, sorry. Well, all right. See you later, bastard. You know, this is about rape of little kids, you stupid asshole. Like, what's wrong with you? This guy is a veteran. He's not hiding. His name is Sasha Riley. On Facebook, he's called Sasha Burrows. He makes the claim that Trump, Epstein, trafficked him, and his adopted father had him in a sex trafficking ring with high-level American officials, would-be American officials, people back then, Jim Jordan, Clarence Thomas, Donald Trump, and others in the mid 80s to 90s, between the age of 8 and 12. And he describes in these audio tapes some horrific accounts that will make any person with a soul cry. It's not a joke. Like, you don't have, no one's asking you to believe him, but goddamn, at least act like this is serious. Because the shit that he's saying it's not something to laugh about. Like, you have to be fucked up yourself. No one knows if this is true or not. But if you think this is a joke, what he's saying, you are fucking sick yourself. Nothing in here is funny.
I was 12 or 13 at the time of that.
And again, if you don't believe him, go to his Facebook page and tell him he's not hiding. He's a veteran. Just go there. If you got something to say and you think he's doing somebody wrong, go to his page and tell him. God damn, that's all. He ain't hiding. Shit, you got more access to him than Trump.
Maybe even 11. So, I mean, obviously I'm not an adult. And even when I was an adult at 18 or 19, I still looked young. So obviously at 11, 12, whatever I was in that film, I would not have looked like a mature, an adult, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it was more, I think, for confirmation that these images were of children. So I don't remember if he actually got court-martialed or if he just got UCMJ, which is just their lower grade of punishment. But I do know that he was chaptered out of the military over it. I think he might have had to do a little jail time, but I don't recall. I can't even recall the soldier's name that got caught with it. I just knew he was an NCO, a staff sergeant.
And did anyone else ever talk to you about the films again? Did they ever talk? Did they ever infer that there was any further investigation in terms to when the films were produced? Did they ask you anything about who is involved, or did they?
No.
No.
They didn't go into any legality other than the prosecution of the soldier with the images. So in the military is a little bit different than civilian. You know, I don't want to call it the court system because it's just the officers and NCOs in the military, but they have their, you know, sphere of influence. They have their little scope of operation, and if they uncover more I think that they're required to give it to the civilian authorities, but they don't have any jurisdiction to go further than to just prosecute the soldier for the infraction that he is guilty of, if that makes sense the way I'm saying it.
No, I understand. Do they have any duty or is there any legality, or do they have legal requirements to inform civilian prosecutors of such cases?
Yes.
Okay.
If they suspect if there's additional wrongdoing that is outside of their scope of being able to prosecute, and in this case to hold the individual soldier accountable for having this material that he's not supposed to have, they prosecute that portion of it. If it is beyond what they can prosecute, then they refer the soldier to.
It's likely the U.S. government has these child videos of this guy. Like, they're not releasing the other videos. You don't know what videos they have and who they have and what children videos they have. They're not releasing them. But this man says clearly he was in some of these videos because they were making videos, child pornography videos in the 80s with Epstein and Trump. This is what he said. He said he was one of the children trafficked between the ages of 8 years and 12 years old. And he is a veteran who was saying this. So, yeah. And you talk about somebody came in here and said, sounds like he's lying. It doesn't sound like he's lying to me. I don't see where the lying doesn't sound like he's lying. Doesn't sound like he's hiding.
To civilian court systems. But
why doesn't any of the people he accused ask him to cease and desist telling his story?
In this case, the military did handle the prosecution of the soldier, and I think all he got was like 30 days and reduction in rank to E1. They kicked him out of the Army, gave him a less than honorable discharge, I think. I don't think he even got a bad conduct for that, but I know that he was put out of the military, and I think he did the 30 days in jail. I think is the most that they can give you at the at the level that they prosecuted him at. So I'm not saying that for sure on the jail time, but I do know for a fact he was put out of the military.
Okay. So they had films. They had some of those films.
Was his name.
Cable?
Yes, Habel. That was his last name. Habel, I think. Staff Sergeant Habel. I just remembered it because I could picture his face, and I just couldn't remember his name.
Habel. Okay. H-A-B.
See, this guy Sasha Riley, he gives so much detail that if he was lying, someone would have already come out and said he found something that he lied about. But instead, no one's found one thing that he has lied about. Not one thing. And he's providing a lot of information, photographs, and more shit. And this man says that Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, assaulted him between the ages of 8 and 12 years old, and that they trafficked him out to other people that are in the U.S. government right now. This military veteran, Sasha Riley, is claiming that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein assaulted him as a little boy between the ages of 8 and 12 and sex trafficked him out to others, people that are in the U.S. government right now. And he said Clarence Thomas is one of them. He said something to that effect. He said Jim Jones is that his name? Jim the congressional guy, congressional member is one of them. He describes in this audio tape a horrific account with Donald Trump. He describes one girl, a black girl that was murdered on camera. Yes, that allegedly Donald Trump that has something to do with. He said that Donald Trump, before Donald Trump assaulted him, he killed some puppies right in front of him, little puppy dogs, choked them to death. That's what this man said about Donald Trump. Jim Jordan, exactly. That's what this man has said. He said that they killed a black girl a minor in front of him, and then the security people came in while he was having sex with this girl, whatever, another girl. They were making them have sex together, and also others, that they came in, shot her in the head in the middle of it, and then Donald Trump came in the room and assaulted him sexually. That's what this man is claiming. So the tapes are here. This is what he's claiming, and he was mentioned in these congressional hearings. And this is his YouTube thing right here. If you want to listen to the tapes, they're long, but he describes all of these accounts in it. And he said that according to his memory, it looked like Jeffrey Epstein was Donald Trump's subordinate along, and that Epstein was the subordinate of 4 billionaire men, and Donald Trump was one of them. And he said that throughout this 4 years, Putin's name came up regularly from many of the guests and from many of the guests. So here it's about to get graphic.
Yes, I'm relatively certain on that name. I don't have the best memory. I was in a blast in Iraq, and one of the things that I struggle with mightily are names.
Yeah.
But I'm fairly sure that's his name.
Okay. And in terms of the films they had, so there was obviously a collection of pornography. Is there anyone you're in contact with of those your commanding officers that would they talk to you? Would they provide evidence?
I'm just going to move a little ahead because he first was stopped while he was in the military when some other people were watching child porn, and they called him in after investigating it. After they caught somebody watching child porn, they called him in and said, because this child, we saw some videos of people, and it appears like you're in one of them. That's how he found out
they tend to
that some people in the military were watching a film that he had made when he was a kid. Watch.
Around longer.
Yeah.
Let me just get to the part where he's talking about Trump.
And while we were filming, they came in and
Here it is.
Some of them,
listen to this.
At least one or two of them were out there. I don't even know how many times I was filmed, but I can tell you that some of them are extraordinarily horrible. I can give you one instance where they were filming us. It was me and a girl that I knew that I had been trafficked with in other venues. And while we were filming, they came in and shot her in the head. So killed her, obviously. So that would be...
Was that the runaway?
That was another girl, and I can't even remember her name. Yeah. The runaway was tortured to death in a duplex in Enterprise, Alabama. My parents did that, and that wasn't on film, not her being tortured, but that was that black girl that I'm telling you about.
His adopted parents were part. He says his adopted parents were part of the sex trafficking group with Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. This is what he says.
That later on, Michael Bayless had talked to me about. But they went and got her because they were afraid that this was after the investigation in Tennessee, and they were afraid that they would go down for child pornography. So they were wanting to kill her, and then they were wanting to get rid of me via an accident, but they couldn't because they had already tried to kill me several times. They had the incident in Texas involving the Chevy van. There was another instance in Texas where my dad threw me into the middle of a pool and said, sink or swim. And somebody saw it and called the sheriff. So there was a police report on that. And then there was a third instance in Texas where my dad threw me down a flight of stairs. And that one fractured my skull. Now, there may have been other things that happened as well, but I remember those three were enough that they generated an investigation. There were enough things that happened in Texas that my dad moved from Texas to Tennessee and then got in trouble in Tennessee and then got in trouble in Tennessee and then moved to Alabama, got in trouble in Alabama, and then we just moved one more time.
And you're talking
in,
about
Alabama.
your adoptive dad, William Kyle Riley, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have located my birth parents. My birth mother lives in Sierra Vista, and my birth father lives in Edmond, Oklahoma. But I have not reached out to either of them.
Mm-hmm.
I just, within the last year, probably 6 months, I learned where they live.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I don't know. That's just an odd dynamic for me, and I'm still kind of processing that. But as far as family goes, I have a half-sister up in Massachusetts, and that's about it.
Okay. And your adopted dad, William Kyle Riley, worked as a pilot and was involved integrally in the Epstein-Trump
in all kinds of things.
Yeah. And he worked a lot with Trump and Epstein, correct?
You see? He said that his father was a pilot who worked a lot with Trump and Epstein trafficking minors, and he was one of the kids, but there's others. So he saw a lot of the trafficking himself, knows a lot of the other victims that were killed, knows a lot of the ones that were made. He was making videotapes, child pornography. He alleges Epstein and Trump and them were orchestrating child pornography and sex trafficking little kids themselves. And he says that Epstein was the subordinate of Trump and 3 other billionaires.
Integrated in
He
the
was involved
Epstein-Trump
in all kinds of things.
Yeah. And he worked a lot with Trump and Epstein, correct?
I know that he was around Epstein and worked with Epstein. And I want to say that he flew for Epstein. And if not for Epstein directly, like transporting Epstein himself, he did transport some of the rich people to and from these parties that Epstein and company hosted. It wasn't just him. It was kind of a cabal of several people. And Epstein was the lead coordinator, maybe you would call it. But it's much more than just him as an individual. It was people like him, like Trump, other people, call it. But it's much more than just him as an individual. It was people like him, like Trump, just him as an individual. It was people like him, like Trump, other people, and I can't remember, like how many, but he was handy to have around because he was a part of the process, and he isn't just like an airline pilot or something like that. He can fly anything. He can fly helicopters, fixed wing, smaller aircraft, larger aircraft. I mean, he's that pilot, that kind of that multi-purpose guy that could transport whatever you needed.
Okay. So
and I don't know if he ever got into the drugs. I can remember him talking at one point, and he had refused to do a drug run, basically, and somebody else took that drug run, and they got busted.
Yeah.
So I don't know what kind of aircraft it was or whatever, and it was around Florida that guy got busted. Maybe he flew down to the Virgin Islands or something like that. I can't remember these specific details, but I can remember the conversation that my dad had talking about, thank God I didn't take that. And because the guy got busted and he wound up, huge amount of charges, 25 to life or whatever the heck he got. But I can remember from his perspective being nervous.
True, Trump is a liar.
The people that he was working
facts.
with, he was scared that they were going to set him up to take the fall for something, to just get rid of him, because he had been involved in so much other criminality that he was really nervous about taking on anything else. I know that's kind of word salad the way that I said it, but I think you kind of understand what I'm saying.
I do. No, I understand. I understand perfectly. So your dad would obviously, my understanding is your dad was the kind of pilot that those sort of criminals would want to use, because they could use him to fly anything in any situation, to airlift Trump out, like you said, when you almost killed Trump, when Trump was assaulting you. or
I don't think my
fly
dad was
guests who almost killed Trump thing in any situation to airlift Trump out, like you said, when you almost killed Trump, when Trump was assaulting you, or
I don't think my
fly
dad was
guests
the pilot in that one. But,
He wasn't the
but
pilot
yes,
in that case?
kind of pilot, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But
No, that's okay. So, yeah, I've got, I've spoken to folks that, they look for those sorts of pilots. They want pilots that can get guests of traffickers into situations, in and out discreetly, trafficking victims in and out of situations discreetly, and victims that they've killed out of situations discreetly, all sorts of nonsense. So, seems like...
And that's what he did. He shuttled the people, but I can remember him not wanting to cross the bridge over to running drugs.
Yeah.
Because in his mind, if he got caught with some people, he could just play dumb, and I was just transporting this guy's kid to, from the, here to there. I didn't know anything. So
did your dad... wasn't transporting...
I want to get to the part where he describes what Trump did. Let me see here.
Her name is Peter now. But those two adopted me. He got most of the...
That's important to discuss in details. And let me ask you a question. Do you think it's more helpful for you to talk about what you remember first, when you were first trafficked?
All right, here it's coming.
Individuals involved, or do you want to talk about some of the incidents that we spoke about a bit by email already? What do you think is most helpful for you?
Fill in whatever gaps in that I can. I have spoken to you about with those three, and that's why I am willing to talk about them. There's no. I remember more things, but I just can't. I can't give you much in the way of detail for anybody other than those three. I can remember Jim Jordan. I went to a party. This was at a farm. There were
listen up.
I don't know.
He's talking about congressional member Jim Jordan.
Detail for anybody other than those three. I can remember Jim Jordan. I went to a party. This was at a farm. There were 25 to 50 people there. I mean, it was a good amount of people, but not a massive crowd by any stretch. But the experience that my dad sold to those people was, if you could pin me, then you could do whatever you wanted. But my dad had taught me how to fight. He had been a bare knuckle brawler earlier in his life, and I know that he had worked kind of just beating people up for a little extra money at one point in his life. He also entered into the tough man contest, stuff like that. So it was kind of a game for them, because I was just a child, so you would think that you could just do whatever you wanted, but if they got anywhere near me, I would hit them. And by the time that Jim Jordan assaulted me, I was old enough that those adults, most of them not being athletic in any way, these are people that, they're not fighters by any stretch.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't get anywhere near me. And Jim Jordan just sort of rushed me and tackled me, and I might have known how to fight, but I didn't know how to wrestle. So he assaulted me in front of a crowd, and I think that it was filmed, but I can't swear that it was filmed, but it was in front of those 25 or 50 people.
And how old were you?
That's why I remembered. I was around 12.
12.
When that happened.
And of those 25, 50 people... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The reason that I remember Jim Jordan is, first, he stood out because he wasn't that much. He's only 7 or 8 years older than me. So at the time frame that I'm at 12, he is right around just graduating high school, maybe first year or two of college, right? So
that's a key element right there. That means they're tapping people that young. They're tapping people and pushing them up in position. and using these kind of events, like getting them on tape with little kids early and using it as a mechanism to control their whole political trajectory. You see what I mean? So that's just to point that out. Now, he's going to move on to what Trump did to him.
Being so much younger stood out. And then I remembered his jawline. He has a very pronounced jawline. I remembered his voice. And his mannerisms haven't changed throughout his life either. So when
Exactly, Laura. Exactly. There was even a sexual abuse scandal with Jim Jordan became the wrestling coach. Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, but listen, people need to hear these tapes, these audio tapes for themselves. But this man definitely, and he's on Facebook, he definitely has this whole audio thing set up where he is outing Trump, Epstein, Clarence Thomas, and many other people. He said he's a veteran himself, but he said when he was a kid between 8 and 12, he was sex trafficked by his adopted parents who were working together with Epstein and Trump. And Trump is one of the people that also assaulted him several times. And he describes one horrific episode where he gets back at Trump, and they said they had to send Trump to the fucking hospital. Straight up. It's in these audio tapes.
Started as soon as Trump went down that escalator and said he was running for president, I got involved in politics. I started watching it. I started watching who supported him and everything like that. And I remember Jim Jordan just from watching him on the floor of Congress, speaking to the different people that, go up there and testify. So, and that's him, I just remembered him. So I know that's not a lot, but you give me a polygraph, I'm going to take it because I'm 100% sure that it was him. Mm-hmm. And Andy Biggs, I remember because on the way to this, they took me to a house. This wasn't at mm-hmm. And Andy Biggs, I remember that it was him. Mm-hmm. And Andy Biggs, I remember because on the way to this, they took me to a house. This wasn't at a party. This was later.
Andy Biggs is another congressional member.
After I had assaulted Trump, and it was kind of a punishment type of thing where he was going to get to assault me and I guess not pay my parents, and he got to do whatever he wanted. And I can remember telling me I wasn't allowed to fight back or they'd kill me and, all of this, but they must have said his name 50 times in the car. So Biggs I kept hearing Biggs, Andy Biggs, and I thought, I'm going to remember this name. And after he assaulted me, I don't even remember the assault necessarily, but I remember being in the car afterwards and being like really nauseous, sick to my stomach. I was seeing spots, and I mean, the guy beat me until I had broken ribs and was convulsing, turning blue and stuff like that. And the only part of that assault that I can remember is laying on the floor of the room trying to breathe, and I could hear Andy and my dad screaming back and forth at each other. And I can remember Andy Biggs saying, "You said I could do whatever I wanted," and my dad saying, "I didn't say you could fucking kill him." And I think they may have actually thrown blows over it, but there was a heated argument and everything going on for an extended period of time. And then I can remember being in the car, leaving, and just having my eyes closed because my head was spinning and everything, and I was just trying to breathe, just in and out, Mm-hmm. So that's why I remember him so clearly. I have had more than one encounter with Trump, and that's why I tried to kill that son of a bitch, because he is a fucking monster. Trump, and I remember him so clearly. I have had more than one encounter with Trump, and that's why.
All right, so look, I'm going to play it from here, and I'm going to put the timestamp. The timestamp is 29:45. So I'm going to put that in the chat, and that way people know it. What is it? What did I say? 29:45? Yeah, 29:45. 29:45 is the time stamp on this. Okay, and then I'm gonna put this in the chat again. These are the audios we're listening to, right? Sasha Riley, he's about to explain how Trump tried to associate him, Trump's association with Epstein and Sasha Riley's adopted father, sex trafficking ring, Trump assaulting him. Trump apparently liked him to do it to him in the backside, like straight up. That's what this guy is saying, and among other things, but listen for yourself.
So clearly, I have had more than one encounter with Trump, and that's why I tried to kill that son of a bitch, because he is a fucking monster. It's why I have not shut up about just how absolutely abhorrent he is as a human being, and that's why I tried to kill him.
Yeah.
Because I had decided, I had already seen enough other people die that in my mind I thought, well, they're just going to kill me too at some point, right? I'm not going to survive to be an adult from this. So in my mind, he was the biggest pile of shit that I had ever had to have any contact with. So I was going to take him with me. And
how often did Trump assault you? Do you remember?
I can remember two specifically. A third one that I think, and I think I was around him more than just those 3 times, but only 3 times do I kind of remember. I can remember at one point him asking the people that were kind of running that party or whatever it was at that farm, he wanted to kill somebody. He wanted to murder somebody. And they said, hey, that's not this kind of party. You can't do that. And they, in lieu of doing that, they said, well, we've got some puppies. If you just want to kill something, we've got to get rid of them anyway. So I can remember him taking those puppies one by one, and like he snapped one of the puppies' necks. He cut one open and let it just howl and writhe in pain while it died. Held one under some water to kill it. He wanted to kill those puppies in whatever gruesome way, to experience, I guess, seeing them suffer in different ways. What his kink is, I guess, if you want to call it that, is watching people suffer.
He's talking about Donald J. Trump.
Puppies in whatever gruesome way, to experience, I guess, seeing them suffer in different ways. What his kink is, I guess, if you want to call it that, is watching people suffer. He likes to destroy people physically, mentally, during the process of the assault. That's why he stands out so much in my memory. And it's physical pain, and then it's also, degrading and all of that. But his thing was to just try to destroy human beings to the utmost that he could possibly do it, which is why I attacked him.
Yeah, that's understandable. So,
I can tell you this, that...
Oh, yeah, Alan, I got you. Alan Beatty, yeah, exactly. How many of the Supreme Court are involved in these situations similar to the behavior of Epstein class? Well, he mentions, Sasha Riley says Clarence Thomas was at these events where they were doing these sadistic things to children, among assaulting them sexually and other sadistic things, And, he says Clarence Thomas, it may have also done it to him. He can't remember, because Sasha Riley says that the things that he remembers 3 individuals the most, because apparently they did the most sadistic things to him. So those are the things where he can get vivid and describe the detail. And a lot of times maybe they pump these kids with drugs or things like that to get them, kind of out of it, or I don't know. But in any case, let's hear some more. He's about to talk about what Trump did. I mean, this guy, I mean, he's mentioned a little bit, but he, in the end, he almost killed Trump, according to him, and they had to rush Trump to the hospital, like straight up.
the last one, okay, so this was after they had killed the Samantha. This is the black girl that I made the one of the movies with.
Yeah. And these were. Let me just ask a question, just to clarify. So when Samantha was killed, these were all of these parties at the farm or similar locations to the farm, where there was.
It was multiple farms.
Multiple farms. And usually
Yes.
it was parties. So there was individuals like Trump that were flown into the parties. And
Yes.
then
And they would have like a building, a house, and they would usually have like a tent set up, and it was almost like a little, I don't want to say a fair. It wasn't that big. They didn't have rides or anything, but it was a kind of a coordinated deal, Sometimes they would have the bare knuckle fighting. That probably is how my dad got involved with these people, because you've got boxing and stuff like that on TV, but that's really all you had back in the 70s and 80s. The MMA type of stuff wasn't allowed, and these fights were a little more gruesome. They didn't fight to the death or anything like that, but they were bloody, and these were fights, and not just boxing. And so the rich people would pay to see that. Sometimes they'd have like a band playing, just like what you would expect at like a fair or something,
So the rich folks would get flown in, associated with Epstein, and they would pay to watch the victims fight. The victims were all underage. And would they pay to then assault the victims after the fights or during the fights? And they'd pay to torture the victims and rape the victims.
Yes.
And kill the victims.
But now some of the fights were adults, So if they had some big old country boy and some other guy, they would pay to see that. They would also pay to watch the kids fight, and they did pay to watch me fight. I would fight other kids, and my dad was my initial trainer for me to learn how to fight. I would later go on to be a boxer, an amateur boxer. But that's how I got my start in all of that. So, yes, they would have paid for that. And the experiences were different each time. There wasn't like a set thing. You never really knew what was going to happen. So, part of it, a lot of it just comes down to money, So if they offered $5,000 to have sex with me, then my dad was willing to do that. Whatever the dollar amounts were, I don't know.
Sasha, that isn't sex. That's sexual assault.
Right.
I mean, I just want to say something first. I think you're extremely brave. You behave extremely strong, like a warrior. And I just want to stop and say it's important to me to say that, because a lot of folks, wouldn't even survive such trauma. But you've survived.
Yo, Eric, you're right, man. I would love to interview Sasha Riley. I would love to interview him. And for people that don't know, this is Sasha Riley's Facebook page, Sasha Burrows. And I'm just saying it because there's a lot of people that seem to not understand when a person puts themselves out there in the public and tells their story. That's usually a strong indication that they're telling their truth for real. And it's just amazing how a lot of times people, either who haven't heard the story, they don't want to believe it. Trump supporters don't want to believe this stuff was going on. That's just how simple it is. But these people are out here in the public, just like all the other victims, and they're saying it publicly. And Trump, Jim Jones, Andy Biggs, Clarence Thomas, none of them have sent them cease and desist. None of them have told them to stop doing it or we're going to sue you. So usually that's an indication that something must be true about what they're saying. Because once you call someone a liar, that's like a trap if they're telling the truth. If they're telling the truth, You've now locked yourself in with that person, and everyone now has to investigate. And I think this man is telling so much detail that these people don't want people to hear the detail at all because it is so vivid. It gives you more of an idea about how these things were structured. And what's key about Sasha Riley is he's talking about the period where he says he was sex trafficked, and that was between 84 and 90, right? So that sets the timeline for Trump and Epstein sex trafficking back to the mid 80s, not in the beginning of the 90s like they say. You see what I'm saying? So that makes the period even longer, right? And again, some of the things he says is Putin's name in these 4 years he was being sex trafficked. Putin's name came up regularly among many of the guests. That's what Sasha Riley says. And to this day, no one has disputed any of it. None has been disputed. And he is on Facebook. He say he's on Facebook also, in case you want to dispute it. Okay. Personally, but usually me, if somebody accused me of this shit, why would you defend me if I don't defend myself? Why would you do that? And that's what's crazy. So why would you defend Trump when Trump's not even saying he didn't do it? You see what I'm saying? Why would you defend Jim Jones when Jim Jones is not even saying publicly he didn't do it? Why would you defend Andy Biggs or Clarence Thomas when they're not even saying it publicly? Because once you say it publicly, you get locked in publicly, and then everyone has the right now, even the media, to go down this whole thing and find out, is this a young man, is this veteran of the military telling the truth about them? Was he really around here? Are there police records somewhere? Let's look them up. This man said a lot. I'm telling you. Look, let's continue.
You conduct yourself with dignity and gracefully, and it's important to me to say that. I hope you know that. I hope you have a sense of your own honor and chivalrousness, especially what you told me in terms of drugs they used on you and how they lured you drugged to behave monstrous towards other kids. I understand the context.
I can remember, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I can remember some arm of law enforcement showing me video of me harming one of the people that they were filming me with. Now, I don't know how that came about, whether they drugged me and I lost my mind or they told me to do it. I don't know the circumstances, but I can remember being in that room and them saying, well, you did this. And it may have not even been law enforcement. It may have been, like the people that were running that. But I can remember being really upset because I had no recollection of having done that. It was me in the video, and I was beating a girl senseless. And I didn't kill her or anything like that, but I
Yeah.
So, and I have a feeling, this part I can't prove because I only have my own experiences, but what the whole thing seems to be is that they first abuse you, then they get you on film abusing others, and now they have you trapped as well.
Yeah.
So you can't talk about the abuse that they did to you. If they want you to be a legacy victim, somebody that they can use in the future, well, then they've got to get you on tape doing monstrous things to other people as well, because now they have the leverage to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, no, and you know what? You're exactly right. That's exactly the tactic. And the tactic is insidious because...
So this is Sasha Riley. He's claiming that his own adopted father, together with Trump and Epstein, sex trafficked him and assaulted him, right? And he's describing different events of how it happened, when it went down, his assaults with Trump, when Trump was assaulting him. He describes it vividly. And people, if you haven't heard this, you need to listen to Sasha Riley's audio interviews. He's also on Facebook, and he moves the timeline. He's one of the victims that moves the timeline back to the mid 80s. So when you hear the FBI saying, oh yeah, we got these, there were people who called or wrote the FBI in the 80s, right? This kind of qualifies that. His audio tapes qualify that same timeline. There was the young woman who said Trump made her, or Epstein made her throw her baby in Lake Michigan. That was in the mid 80s. You see, there's other people that said things in the mid 80s, right? Before, in writing, that the FBI have. And we're not even talking about the victims from the 2000 of Epstein's. You see what I mean? So apparently this was going on much longer. And this man is a veteran also. So that's important to know. Let's continue it.
Have you ever heard of the torture technique a lot of occult practitioners use? It's called inversion torture, inversion magic. Isn't magic. Sorcery is just smoke and mirrors, nonsense, deception techniques. But it's sort of inversion technique where to try to linguistically manipulate the victims, to try to get the victims in a position where the victims doubt whether the victims, are good or not.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the case with a lot of the Republicans you mentioned. Like you said, Clarence Thomas and Lindsey Graham were at these parties. You can't remember if
Lindsey Graham was at these parties. That's another congressional member. I mean,
participated, and it's sort of a question of, did they participate? Were they blackmailed because they were there, attended the parties, but they didn't participate? Can you tell me much more about Clarence Thomas and Lindsey Graham?
I know the least about him. The only reason that I can remember him is because he was a black man, and I'm sorry, but that club is pretty much just white folks. So having a black person there was very unusual. So he stood out. But the only thing that I can really say is that I remembered him being there, and then I remember what a big deal it was in our household when he got confirmed onto the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Because my dad was excited about that because of how high up he was. Now, I can't swear. I may have been assaulted by Clarence Thomas, but I cannot swear to that. If he did assault me, then it was not to the level of something that scared me to the point where I needed to remember it, if that's a good way to put that, which Trump rose to that, and Andy Biggs rose to that, and Jim Jordan rose to that because he was dangerous to me, because I could keep most people away from me with my fists, but, he was a good wrestler, so, he scared me in that sense that this is a person that I can't keep away from me with my fists. Lindsey Graham, I am fairly sure he has assaulted me, but I just can't put my hand on a Bible and swear to it.
Now, somebody in the chat, Barney Bell, says, all lies for a lawsuit, money, money, money. No, actually, they're not even suing. You didn't know that? And what's curious is that none of the people he mentioned actually have sent him any cease and desist. None of them deny it. See, that's the interesting thing. So not only is he not suing them, but they're not denying what he's saying. That I'm saying that to Barney Bell. So yeah. But here's the thing: what person would even be interested in assuming to know, right? Like, how do you know it's lies for a lawsuit, Barney Bell? And what kind of weirdo would assume something like that who doesn't know? I mean, what the hell? You working for Jeffrey Epstein or something? You work for Donald Trump? Like, who you work for? I mean, that's so weird. I would never defend someone who's being accused of these horrific things. I would just let them defend themselves. What the fuck? How do I know? But I know one thing for sure. This man is saying it. This man here, Sasha Riley, a military veteran, is saying what he is saying. And if you don't like it, he's on Facebook. Go find him. That's all I'm saying. Like, can you believe some people? It's just lies, y'all. Don't believe that. That man want money. Who does this for fucking? You could do far less for money. okay, and sue people. What the hell? The shit that he describes in here is sick. Okay, Barney, did you hear anything? Barney, did you hear any of the accusations? Barney, name the accusations that you heard in here so far, Barney. Let's see if you've been listening or if you just came in the chat to defend. I'm going to give Barney, as a matter of fact, yeah, here, Barney, the link is up there. I just want to see if Barney has heard any of it. Let me tell you what he said, Barney. And he's about to say more. He said that Donald Trump, the people that work for him, some security that worked for him, had him doing like a snuff video or something, kicked in the room while he was making a videotape, and killed a little girl right in front of his face while he was having sex with her, right? This guy here says that. He said the people that work for Donald Trump kicked in the door and killed the woman right on tape, the girl right on tape. Then Donald Trump comes in the room after an assault. They tell him after they kill the girl, they say, if you don't do everything the next person that comes in this room tells you to do, we're going to kill you too. That's what they told him. And then the next person that walked in the room was Donald Trump, according to him. Did you hear them when they said that? Did you hear him when he said Donald Trump, before he was killed some puppy dogs right in his face just to see what effect it would have on him? Did you hear that part? Apparently you didn't, because you haven't mentioned it yet. So don't forget to say what it is he's lying about if you think he's lying. Mention the things that he's saying so people can know if you even heard.
Yeah. You know, I know that he was there. I can remember it. He just like Lindsey Graham, I am fairly sure he has assaulted me, but I just can't put my hand on a Bible and swear to that.
Yeah.
You know, I know that he was there. I can remember it. He just like Tim Jordan, he has very distinct mannerisms, and his voice.
You know, look, somebody else says assertions are not evidence. Listen, again, why would anyone in their right mind defend anyone who, when someone, a veteran, when a person is out there saying they were the victim of sexual assault, who are you to defend them? When the people that they're talking about aren't even defending themselves, how does that make you look? You look weird. Wait a second. Here, hold on. That is so weird. Defending someone that don't even defend themselves about pedophilia. That's just weird. I'm sorry. That is just weird. Please don't say anything else in the chat, you people who've been saying this shit. Oh, okay. It wasn't about the soldier. Okay, I got you. Sorry about that, Dan. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, assertions you talking about where the guy says he's doing it for money. Yeah. Anyway, this shit is just sometimes. Anyway, I got you, DA. I got you. My fault. There we go.
Unusual as well, so I could remember.
I'm sorry. When I hear this kind of stuff, it actually gets me a little, it gets me kind of these are horrible things, Joe. I'm sorry. I have a conscience. When I hear this stuff, it makes me want to fucking hurt somebody. Like, seriously. I mean, not let them out of control, but really, it's just, I'm sorry, man. What it's making me do is because this man sounds so believable, and I'm empathizing with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's describing what happened to him when he was a child, man. I'm sorry. I empathize with that.
Voice, I could remember his mannerisms, and then obviously how he looks. So I can put him there, but I just can't. I can't say he did this or he did that exactly. I just can't.
Okay. So
I wish that I could provide more information on that, because I think some things went on, but that's just not enough for me to point a finger and make an accusation.
He's saying Lindsey Graham was at these parties, though, where little kids were being assaulted. That's what he's saying. He just can't remember if he's one who assaulted him. That's what he was just saying.
But he was there. I can tell you that.
Yeah, well, that's enough. And I know that, some sorts of interviews we can look at a different time to see if there is any more information you remember. But what you do remember, I just want you to know what you remember to know, that what you remember is extremely important and is extremely helpful. I know you want to be able to remember more, and the memories are in there. And, you know, I just want to approach the situation delicately because, you know,
some of the other memories are just vague. You know, I can, and I have been very careful too not to reach out further, because there are some other names that I could mention that I believe were there, that I know for a fact that my parents talked about, but I don't have a clear enough recollection of anything. Like, I can tell you.
Facts, DA, exactly. It's shocking, man. This is any normal person. This is going to shock because you're supposed to be shocked. This is not something you're supposed to want to be a part of, supposed to want to even hear that happen to somebody. This is terrible, man. It's gross. It's terrible. And but the thing is that people need to know that this man is saying this about elected officials, people in government right now. And if it is true, and I'm not saying it ain't, if it is true, that makes what is going on right now in the U.S. government way more uglier than could ever be a sign of goodness for a country. Like, if this is true, that means something evil is going on in the United States government, like straight up. That's all I got to say, because you can't have that many people up there involved in stuff like this and think that they're doing something good on behalf of the American people. It just don't work that way. And is America great right now? You know what I'm saying? Like,
100% sure that they talked about Vladimir Putin, but I do not believe he was ever at one of those parties that I was at. But his name was brought up more than once.
During the 1980s?
Yes.
Okay.
Vladimir Putin. I don't know even when he ascended to the presidency, but I remember the name because it was so unusual. Now, at that point, he may have just been, you know, one of the Russian oligarchs or whatever, but his name came up, and I remember it just because it's an unusual name, Vladimir Putin, you know. But I don't believe he was ever there.
But he said Putin's name came up by people regularly that went to these child sex parties.
So that is like, I don't know, there are other names like that too.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about
I
Putin
remember
more.
Clinton's name being brought up, but I don't ever remember seeing it.
So Clinton was mentioned, but you never saw Clinton.
Not that I can recall.
But MAGA people would definitely say that must be true. But if that could be true, then why can't the rest of this be true? See, that's where MAGA gets me at.
And that's another thing too. I may have had interactions with additional people, but during some of them, I was so drugged out of my mind, I don't really remember what happened. You know?
Yeah. When you heard them talk about Putin, so it was at one of the parties at one of the farms, do you remember what they were saying about Putin?
Just that he was some sort of like foreigner that was very important. I didn't know any more. You know, the name was just unusual, and they mentioned his name. You know, they kind of had fun saying his name. You know, Vladimir. You know, does he like to go by Vlad or this or that? But the meeting with that person, I don't think ever materialized. I think it was just something that was discussed and never happened. Now, if he has other connections, you know, and he very well may, that's possible. But I can just remember at those parties, there were people that had strange accents.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. That's all I could say. I couldn't point and say, well, this person was from Spain or this person was from Portugal. I have no idea. But what I do know for a fact is not every person at those parties was American.
Yeah.
I know that's not a lot, but I only remember what I
have a question. with Trump, I mean with Putin, did you get the sense that the party attendees, that the clients were interested in Putin? There was something they wanted from Putin. They thought they could get money from Putin, influence from Putin. Did you have any sense of that?
The only sense that I had was that this was for the rich people, regardless of where they were from. So at this point in my child brain, I knew that there were rich people, and those people got to do whatever they wanted, and then there were poor people like me, and those people, that was the dynamic. So, that's it. I never heard them say anything about blackmailing and stuff like that, but I can remember them showing me a video of me doing bad stuff, and then I can remember people telling me that if I ever talked about it, what I had done was illegal too. And a lot of that was just bullshit because I was just a kid and they were making me do this stuff.
Yeah.
But
talk about malevolent hypocrisy, dude. They were just utterly grotesque. They were trafficking you, they were assaulting you, they were drugging you, and then they were trying to
they were trying to make me feel guilty about any of it happening.
You. Exactly. When you were in a situation because they were trafficking you.
The last encounter with Trump, the one where I injured him, was the one that I...
You see, he's about to break down his last encounter with Trump now. So listen to this. This is Sasha Riley's audio interviews. This is Sasha Riley's Facebook page. Sasha Riley said that Donald J. Trump was the boss of Epstein. It appeared to him, and Epstein was the subordinate of Trump and 3 other billionaires that were having these events where children were being assaulted in the mid 80s to the late 80s, right? And he said Trump assaulted him several times, and he's about to describe the last time Trump assaulted him, because he sent Trump's ass to the hospital, allegedly, according to him.
The last encounter with Trump, the one where I injured him, was the one that I remember the most vividly. And this was the setup for that. I can remember my dad, before we went to the farm, this was when we lived in Enterprise, Alabama.
Yeah.
So it would have been about 81 to 82, somewhere in there, maybe as late as 83. But he said there may be somebody that you know there.
That's early 80s.
And I can remember the look on his face, and it scared the shit out of me. But anyway, when I got to the farm, of course, I'm scared at the farm because I don't know what's going to happen. But the first person that comes up to me is a girl named Patricia. This is a girl that I had been trafficked with before. And she came running up to me and, said hello or whatever. She was about my same age, around 12 or 13. And I can remember my dad saying, well, why don't you guys go run off or whatever and have fun. And I can remember not knowing what to do in that instance because, these parties weren't for me. I wasn't. And then he said something to the effect of, no, it's not like that for you anymore. You're a man now. You can just go out and have fun. Well, we went to go have sex. So we went and found a room and started having sex. And while we were having sex, people burst into the room. It would have been 4, 5, 6 guys, big guys, adults. At least one of them had a gun. I think 2 or 3 of them had guns. But they came in, they assaulted her, they beat on her, and then they shot her while she was still in the bed. They didn't beat or assault me, but what they said was, if you don't do everything that the next person coming in here wants, we're going to shoot you just like we did her. And I can remember them having like an argument because they shot her in the bed and then they had to go find another mattress. Well, that's when Trump came in.
So hit us one more time.
What came in, they think it's like that for you anymore. You're a man now. You can just go out.
He's about to describe his last interaction with Trump. where Trump assaulted him, allegedly. This is what Sasha Riley says in his interviews that are on YouTube. This is Sasha Riley's page. His Facebook page is called Sasha Burrows. Anybody want to ask him, you can go ask him yourself, right? But here.
To go have sex. So we went and found a room and started having sex. And while we were having sex, people burst into the room. It would have been 4, 5, 6 guys, big guys, adults. At least one of them had a gun. I think 2 or 3 of them had guns. But they came in, they assaulted her, they beat on her, and then they shot her while she was still in the bed. They didn't beat or assault me, but what they said was, if you don't do everything that the next person coming in here wants, we're going to shoot you just like we did her. And I can remember them having like an argument because they shot her in the bed and then they had to go find another mattress. Well, that's when Trump came in. So that's why I remember him so vividly. And it was at that point I had already decided they're probably just going to kill me anyway. I'm going to take him with me. And I tried, but I did not.
How did you... So, obviously Trump was extremely violent. Trump's a sadistic psychopath. When Trump assaulted you, so sexual assault and physical assault?
Yes. So, and at one point, I kind of acquiesced to whatever sexual things that he wanted to do. But at some point, he wanted me to have sex with him. So he laid down on his stomach, and there was a wooden tent stake that was in the room. And I had been eyeballing it as a weapon. And what I did was put the condom on the wooden tent stake, put it inside of him, and I kicked it as hard as I could. And that's why he had to get life flighted out, because I ripped him open. And
He's talking about Trump here.
To whatever sexual things that he wanted to do. But at some point, he wanted me to have sex with him. So he laid down on his stomach, and there was a wooden tent stake that was in the room. And I had been eyeballing it as a weapon. And what I did was put the condom on the wooden tent stake, put it inside of him, and I kicked it as hard as I could. And that's why he had to get life flighted out, because I ripped him open.
Yep. This is Sasha Riley, a vet of Afghanistan, saying that in the 80s, between 82 and mid 80s maybe, for 4 years he was sex trafficked by Epstein and Trump. And his father, his adopted father, is the one that got him involved in it. And he said that Trump assaulted him several times, along with other politicians in government right now. And he's describing the last interaction he had with Trump. Here it is again. Apparently, Trump likes it up the backside, too, by little boys. I mean, this is what he's saying. Sasha Riley has been saying this. This is Sasha Riley's Facebook page, too. There has been no cease and desist letter sent to Sasha Riley. These tapes exist. They're out there on the internet. Sasha Riley's name has been mentioned in congressional hearings. American people should know, because this is viral. You said, Kimberly said, why hasn't this gone viral? Shit, Kimberly, people have been talking about this for the last 3 months. Where you been? Where have you been? This shit is viral. This is look, just this video is posted in many different places, and just this one got over 813 views, and it's only 4 months ago. You know, the original one on what is it called? Substack is like millions of views, right? But this is just 4 months ago when the guy did these. 5 months ago, he did these audio clips. You see what I mean? These audio interviews with a Canadian journalist. Now, I'm going to play it one more time. His interaction.
I remember him so vividly. And it was at that point I had already decided they're probably just going to kill me anyway. I'm going to take him with me. And I tried, but I did not.
How did you... So, obviously Trump was extremely violent. Trump's a sadistic psychopath. When Trump assaulted you, so sexual assault and physical assault?
Yes. So
And
at one point, well, I kind of acquiesced to whatever sexual things that he wanted to do. But at some point, he wanted me to have sex with him. So he laid down on his stomach, and there was a wooden tent stake that was in the room. And I had been eyeballing it as a weapon. And what I did was put the condom on the wooden tent stake, put it inside of him, and I kicked it as hard as I could. And that's why he had to get life flighted out, because I ripped him open.
Sweet. Do you ever watch the movie The Equalizer?
All right, so I put the timestamp in the chat along with the link to this video. The timestamp is around, he's talking about Trump for the last half an hour, Trump and other elected officials in U.S. government going to these child molestation parties, right, in the 80s. And he even mentions Clarence Thomas. He mentions Jim Jones. He mentions, who else does he mention? Andy Biggs. Who else does he mention? He mentions one more, and then he mentions Trump. Oh, and Lindsey Graham, he says, was going to these child molestation parties. This guy, Sasha Riley, is a military veteran, and he puts his story, puts the timeline of Epstein back to the 80s, to the early 80s, when this was happening to him allegedly. And so you can find him on Facebook. Here's his Facebook page. You could talk to him. He's a real actual veteran, right? And he tells his whole story vividly. No, he hasn't got a cease and desist. No one has called him a liar. Trump hasn't called him a liar. Clarence Thomas hasn't tried to sue him and call him a liar. Nobody's tried to sue him and call him a liar. He's out there and he's waiting for you to contact him and ask him more questions. Yeah, he's outside. Sasha Riley's outside. His name has been mentioned in the congressional hearings and the oversight committee, I think, something like that, or about the victims. And there's some people that think all the victims are lying. Yeah, that's how it is. Usually it's people that are pedophiles themselves that say stuff like that. But oh well, I would never doubt someone, because the first thing I would do is look for the people he's accusing and see what they say. And if they don't speak up for themselves, then I would be like, okay, well, ain't no reason why I shouldn't believe it. And so far, I haven't heard Trump or Clarence Thomas or Andy Biggs or any of these people he mentioned say it's not true. And I think usually how it works is like this. If you say that someone's a liar, they can sue you, right? So it doesn't even seem like they want to call his ass a liar. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the hell? He's just outside, man. He got pictures and everything. I mean, he has a lot of qualifying information. He's telling so much detail. It is like, wow, this dude has a vivid, story he's telling. And it's his story. It's his account. Who am I to say his account is not real when I wasn't there? And why would I in the first place? I mean, why would I say it's not real? Why do I have an interest in that? I mean, it's possible these people did it. So why would I go out there ahead of them and say, no, that can't be true? What the fuck we talking about? Government officials, they corrupt, yo. Why ain't it true? Shit. You didn't know Jeffrey Epstein was the best friend of Trump for 15 damn years? You haven't figured that part out yet? No, it absolutely can be true because of that, okay? Trump is about to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell, allegedly. He says his DOJ just put her in a cushy goddamn jail for people who don't even commit violent crimes, and she's the main accomplice of Epstein, and none of the people that they trafficked, the girls too, have been arrested yet, and you think this can't be true? Anyway, you know, trolls. Did you know Jeffrey Epstein paid people to be on the internet to clean up his image? Did you know that? We talking about troll farms. Did you know that? Early troll farms, they paid them loads of money to clean up their image on the internet. And sometimes when I look in the chat and I see people saying stupid shit like that, this sound like lies to me. This can't be true. I'm like, damn, did they pay you too? In any case, yeah, folks, I gotta go. Listen, my justice for the victims, justice for the victims, justice for the victims, justice for Sasha Riley, and justice for all the other victims and of Trump, and justice for the American people that are going through hell right now under this administration. Justice to everybody. Justice to everybody. The people that are standing up against Trump are the heroes of the United States of America. Those are the heroes of the country. You are the patriots, the people standing up against Donald J. Trump and his administration and all the sycophants. You are the most loyal people our country have. You are the most loyal. Without you all, our country is finished. Our country is finished without you all. And anybody that would dare cap for a person that is the best friend of the most prolific pedophile the country has ever known, and sex trafficker and blackmailer, you ain't nothing but a piece of shit. Yeah. Anyway, peace and blessings to everybody. See you later. Click the like button. Click the like button. Yeah, I got to leave here. I got to have a good day anyway. I'm over here in Copenhagen, Denmark, about to enjoy the sun. I got one more night of work and then I'm going to be off. Can't wait to have a little chilling day, a couple of days chilling. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And but for real, my respect goes out to everybody in the US standing up against this pig. Yeah, fuck Kash Patel, he's a hypocrite. Fuck Pam Bondi. Who else? Who else is in this? JD Vance, fuck you. Yeah, you're all like the worst people on earth. You know, our country used to be great and you have run it into the fucking ground. You know, faster than anyone could have ever imagined. You all are sellouts. You are sellouts to the country. You are Putin's little bitches and Netanyahu's, but you know, we could talk about that. I'll be back. Yeah, I believe they're evil, straight up evil, period. Listen to Sasha Riley's tapes. I'm going to put it in here. Listen to the evilness described in these tapes. There it is right there. And I suggest you just take your day and listen to all of them. Start off, the first one, he's already mentioning Trump in the first one. So don't worry. You spend that first hour there, you're going to be like, damn, these people are up to this shit. And again, if you think he's lying, go out there and prove it. Here, he's outside. He ain't hiding from you. I'm about to go write Sasha Riley right now and say thank you for all you do. Appreciate it, man. And stay strong. Thank you for being a patriot. All right, so on that note, I'm out, everybody. I will be back in 18 hours from now. Appreciate everybody. Have a wonderful day. Stay up. Protect yourselves. Take care. And, yeah, take care of your neighbors. Show some love to your neighbors. That's how we're going to get these people, because they have no love in their heart, yo. No love at all. Peace.
Yeah. This one, a little true sound for you. You feel me? They don't know. They don't know that I'm going to make it right tonight. They don't lie. They don't lie. But I'm going to say it like I know. They don't know. They don't know that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. That I'm gonna read your minds tonight. Born on this planet full of hate, inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you. Keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? an orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. That you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. Within your doom, a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. What? We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want. Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear the dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear the dope cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment, at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope crack. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope crack. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz
Thoughts wise a kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level. And dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring. Their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. The introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers. They more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid. I bet for keep tell me
just relax and just hear and don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat. Just relax and just hear and don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat. Just relax.
I wrote this one cause I love you, and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love the way you love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love the way you love. I love the way I love you.
You my TRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still a roll because we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want
to love, baby girl.
Love the way you
love me.
Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to.
Hey.
I want to love.
Oh,
love the way you love the way I love you.
I love you, girl.
Just relax, 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 just relax.
Hold your hand when we in town. Protect this love, even in the underground. Joy to God, eating brunch on a blanket. This God that granted us these days, I thank it. It's no wonder why I'm comfortable with you. It's all the simple things for me that you do. When you rub my back, this feeling so nice. Much more than reunion and ice. It's about the kindness I can see in your face, and the way it's at the right time and place. No other woman I'd rather spend my time with. This love is so fresh I can taste.
I just want to love the way you love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love the way you love.
It's about you.
Love the way I love you.
I love you.
Just relax, 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 just relax.
LOV you. IRL. What?